Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. We welcome you to the Hyatt Regency Trinidad and kindly ask that you make your way to your seats at this time for us to provide you with the safety briefing for this morning's program. Thank you very much. We're about to start. Please ensure that your phones are on the silent mode for emergency.
Over the public address system, you should proceed to the exit closest to you and make your way to the muster point, proceeding east along the waterfront towards the western end of the Femme du Chalet, also known as the breakfast shed. In the event of an earthquake, do not run out of the building. Stay calm, drop cover, and hold on. If evacuation is required, please listen to the instruction via the hotel's PA system for the earthquake evacuation route and muster point. Associates from Hyatt will assist you with evacuating. Once outside, conduct a head count for your group to ensure that everyone is accounted for. Should you believe someone is missing, notify the Hyatt associate in your area. Do not return to the building for any reason until the fire service has stated it is safe to do so. You are also advised that the use of cannabis, tobacco, and vaping are prohibited on the hotel's premises. Thank you, be safe, and have an enjoyable time with us.
Thank you very much. Well, ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to day 2, and to all our audiences that are joining us on your respective platforms. We welcome you as well to the presentations this morning in day 2 of the CARICOM Regional Cricket Conference, Reinvigorating West Indies Cricket, a symposium for strategic collaboration and innovation. Permit me to establish the protocols this morning for the convenience of keeping the program moving later on during the day. Dr. the Honorable Keith Rowley, Prime Minister of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago and Chair of the CARICOM Prime Ministerial Subcommittee on Cricket. We acknowledge that the Honorable Mia Amor Motley, Prime Minister of Barbados, will be joining us shortly. We acknowledge this morning the Honorable Charles S. Ramson, Minister for Culture, Youth and Sport, representing the President of the Cooperative Republic of Guyana, as well as Ambassador Earl Huntley, representing the Prime Minister of St. Lucia, Dr. the Right Honorable Keith Mitchell, former Prime Minister of Grenada. The Senator, the Honorable Randall Mitchell, will also be with us at some point, Minister of Tourism, Culture and the Arts, and Acting Minister of Sport and Community Development for Trinidad and Tobago. Other Honorable Ministers of the Government of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago and the region, Your Excellencies, heads of diplomatic missions accredited to the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, Assistant Secretary General CARICOM Alison Drayton, Dr. Kishore Shallow, President of Cricket West Indies, CWI Directors and Executives of CWI, our esteemed legends of West Indies cricket, heads and other representatives of national and regional cricket bodies, former and current West Indies cricketers, permanent secretaries, the specially invited guests, members of the media, our audiences online, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Good morning and welcome once again. As we get the program underway, there are quite a number of presentations and engagements that are to be facilitated in the morning period. And we will first have a 10-minute presentation from Mr. Pete Russell, the Chief Executive Officer of CPL. I'm not sure that this includes a question and answer, because as I see on the program, we should go immediately thereafter into another presentation. So please welcome Mr. Pete Russell, CEO, CPL.
Good morning. With all protocols observed, many thanks to Prime Minister Rowley for the invitation from CARICOM to come and speak with you today. I've seen the headlines, and so please excuse me, I have a bottle of vodka with me, just to numb the pain. But listen, clearly a lot was said about CPL yesterday. So I very much appreciate the platform today to explain CPL's financials in detail. I'll give you chapter and verse. But I'll also talk to you about our commercial strategy, the way we work with Cricket West Indies, and what we want to achieve with Cricket West Indies in the future. In sharing all the financials, I just want to make it clear that CWI are also a shareholder of CPL, and as such, they are privy to all our financial statements. So everything I say to you today is of record in terms of the CWI board. But firstly, let me start with a few positives. Amazingly, this year will be CPL's 12th. And what is encouraging is that the performance of the tournament gets better every year. The league is increasingly becoming sustainable. We have 6 stable franchises, and we have a fantastic fan base both here in the Caribbean and around the globe. The fan metrics are strong. Across our 5 venues in 2023, 240,000 fans turned up to watch the games live. 850 million fans watched the tournament around the world, with India again dominating our international viewership. CPL is very much seen as a tournament of integrity and high quality amongst its peers, which I believe reflects very well on Cricket West Indies and the region as a whole. The WCPL also came of age in 2023 and will get its own playing window this year, off the back of delivering some very strong audience numbers last year. So that's the good stuff. So let me take you through the financials. Over the past 11 years, cumulative losses across both the league and franchises stands at close to $40 million. Dennis O'Brien and Digicel have been the principal investors, not only investing in the league from day one, but they also spent money on sponsorship and media rights. The franchises have also pumped in significant money that helps pay players and coaches, as well as investing in local businesses around the region that help make the games happen. All the franchises have made losses. So on the positive side, Cricket West Indies have been paid close to $17 million in sanction fees. So over the past 12 years, CPL would be one of CWI's largest domestic commercial partners. Caribbean players have taken home $27.7 million in player salaries since the tournament's inception, all paid for by the franchises. Each year, it takes $25 million to run this tournament over 5 weeks. CPL and the franchises bear all these costs. There is no financial burden on CWI or the territorial boards, so the risk is 100% ours. So that is our starting point each and every year. So as you can imagine, the commercial challenges are considerable just to break even. What is interesting is that other leagues around the world are following the lead of CWI. They're also looking for third-party investors to help fund their leagues. The English Cricket Board are in the process of selling the 100. The Australian Cricket Board are courting outside investors for the Big Bash. Cricket South Africa sold all their rights to host broadcaster SuperSport. And the new American league, Major League Cricket, is 100% privately owned. In time, only the IPL will end up being 100% owned by its domestic board, and that is simply because they can afford to do so. So trust me when I say ownership isn't everything, and smart stewardship and partnership can yield better results. But of course, we're always happy to listen to any suggestions on how we can improve things. Over the past 11 years, the financial model has pivoted, and the commercial landscape we operate in today is very different to the one we faced when we first started. In our launch year in 2013, there were only 3 leagues. There was the IPL, there was the Big Bash, and there was us. There wasn't the same pressure on tournament windows or player availability. In 2024, there will be 16 leagues. all trying to find space in an already crowded window. And whilst our tournament budget of $25 million is a lot in our world, it's a drop in the bucket to a number of these other leagues, especially with increasing player salaries, allowing them to attract the top talent. CPL has the lowest salary cap of all the major leagues, simply because it is uneconomical to look to compete. IPL's salary cap per year is $12 million per team. The new ILT20 is $3 million per team. CPL is $900,000 per team. You can see the huge differential. Of course, we're very fortunate that we have a dedicated window, which as of now has not been breached. However, that probably won't last forever, though we are lucky that CWI carve out a specific window so no other domestic cricket is played during CPL, which in theory is also a tournament that can be played at any time of year, unlike other leagues. Whilst the increase in leagues is obviously not good for CPL, it's very good for the players, who have more choice, and for CWI, of course, who benefit from increased release fees. What is 100% guaranteed is that not all these leagues will survive, and it is only a matter of time before one or two of them fail. Only leagues that are commercially viable will end up and make it, and that will always be CPL's challenge. Commercially, CPL has a distinct disadvantage to the other top leagues, based on traditional sport league models. The biggest revenue generator of any league will be its TV revenues, and principally its TV domestic monies. The local Caribbean market just doesn't value cricket in the same way as international products, such as football, whether that be the Premiership or La Liga. Even though in 2023, CPL's audience share here in Trinidad on TV6 was a record-breaking 42%. That's higher than the Olympics, and that's higher than the FIFA World Cup. So that shows the commercial value of cricket in the region. To put that into financial context, IPL earns $1.2 billion every year from its domestic TV rights. The ECB earns $47 million for the 100. The new ILT20 league earns $14 million per year. CPL is valued at under $2 million per year by the local market, and believe me, it's a struggle to even get to that level. So what is obvious is that we have to be even more creative and innovative than other leagues about how we drive revenues, both domestically and internationally. And this is the exact same challenge that faces our friends at CWI. CPL or any other cricket event will never be able to move the needle commercially unless it spends time on its number one asset. And in our case, our number one asset is our fans, as without them, we have absolutely nothing. Having 240,000 people come and watch our games live and to have millions tuned in around the world doesn't happen by chance. To us, the fans are the most important element, and they are the ones that drive the commercial value, as everything cascades from having engaged fans. You can put the best 22 players in the world on the pitch, but without fans or narrative, there is no commercial value. So we will always put the fan at the center of everything we do. In the early years, we came under significant pressure to play all our games at 10 a.m. But unlike many other leagues, we resisted the temptation to play exclusively for an Indian audience. We are a Caribbean product. We are part of the CWI family, and therefore the world needed to see and be entertained by the unique nature of fans we have across the region. We wanted to be accessible to fans. It wasn't just about ticket prices, which we've always kept low. It was also about encouraging fans to turn up and express themselves. We wanted to create an occasion. It's never just about the cricket on the pitch. It is about everything that goes on around it. And we've invested in that. We make sure we also play our games at a time when our fans are available to view. So yes, we did take a hit from TV revenue because we weren't live when it suited India, but it was the right decision. CPL's audience has also evolved over time. Women now account for 40% of our audience, and we are trending younger. Just think about that for a minute. 40% of our audience is women, and they are young women. And it was mentioned on the stage yesterday, we have to focus on the women of the future because that's where the kids are coming. That is a massive, massive opportunity for the region. But most importantly, it shows that CPL is just as much about generating a social vibe as it is about putting on great T20 cricket matches. Our strategy is very straightforward. Wherever we play, we look to amplify the tournament. Our positioning of the biggest party in sport might, in some people's eyes, be a bit of an overreach. But we always wanted to be seen as the hottest ticket in town and create demand through fan FOMO. And once we have the fans in the stadium, we want to give them the time of their lives. And of course, it's not just in the stadiums where we want to create the FOMO. We want every person watching on TV to want to be at our games, no matter where they're watching in the world. And this is where our partnerships with regional governments have become so important. It was by design that the tournament window was selected to take advantage of a traditionally low tourism period, rather than cannibalizing high season. We always looked at August and September as an opportunity to create a new window for tourist demand, and in turn build an economic opportunity for our host countries. Sports tourism is now worth billions and billions of dollars around the world, and as you'll see from the World Cup this year, cricket will drive huge economic value for the region. But that is a global event, and what we have had to do is to make a regional event just as appealing for fans wanting to travel for a unique sporting experience. We are certainly making good progress. I think in Guyana last year, the Cricket Carnival initiative created by President Ali showed what is possible. Yes, cricket was very much at the core with the CPL finals, but it was so much more than that. The country came alive with multiple entertainment activities, giving fans a truly immersive experience. Caribbean culture was fully on show, from food fairs to high-profile music concerts, through to carnival pageants, with cricket weaved in between. It made for a memorable 10 days for all those who attended. And the top-line results were fantastic. For the finals and playoffs, CPL sold 54,000 tickets. Each game was sold out, but interestingly, 14,000 of those tickets were purchased outside Guyana. That's 25% of the total flying into Guyana specifically for cricket and the carnival. This was also reflected in the number of inbound visitors to Guyana last September, with record arrivals being recorded across the period, 131% increase year on year. Commercially, all our government partners are vital to the sustainability of CPL, and we will continue to innovate to drive more value to those partnerships. This year we'll be having a soca concert in St. Lucia. There'll be a Juve party in St. Kitts and a beach cricket tournament in Barbados, all designed to drive the tourism agenda, but to also give fans a further touch point to cricket and CPL. All of this activity and visibility leads to greater commercial interaction and value for sponsors, another important source of revenue for the cricketing ecosystem. Yes, CPL has done well with engaging regional and international sponsors, but again, it comes back to the fans. Sometimes that I hear CPL is in some way taking sponsorship dollars away from other parts of the cricketing ecosystem. I wish it was as simple as that. Every single sponsorship dollar needs to be accountable. Just because CPL is a cricket tournament doesn't give it the right or mean a sponsor is investing in cricket. They're investing in the audience and the value that brings them. For us, we need to continue to build and keep our audiences engaged so we can deliver value to our partners. You may have noticed that I haven't spent too much time on the cricket. There are far more qualified people in this room to talk about that than me. All I would say is that CPL is a wonderful platform for players to express themselves and build careers from. I do hope players value what we do. We do know that many Caribbean players have gone on from CPL to make a very good living in other leagues around the world. And it's also important that players play their part in promoting the region. Has CPL developed enough players? Again, that is for others to judge. But I would say it is every local player in CPL gets to experience competitive cricket, be around top professionals, not just from the region, but the world. The opportunity is there, should they be good enough or committed enough to take it. And lastly, I just wanted to touch on the CPL and CWI partnership outside of the financial model, as it's never really been fully understood. The two entities are as close as they've ever been, and there are a number of major initiatives underway already. We collectively launched the WCPL. Just to be clear, this is not part of CPL's remit. We were asked by the former president of Cricket West Indies whether we could help. So we did, and we were able to lean on the CPL structure, principally the franchises, as well as attract fresh investment from our investors, to launch what we believe is a very important tournament for the women's game. Just to be totally clear, CPL has not sought any equity position in that league. We have funded it 100%. The launch of the 60, a new T10 tournament planned to roll out after the successful pilot in St. Kitts, I believe could lead the way in the Caribbean. And I think we can build a very sustainable enterprise that will both help local development. But again, this is not part of CPL's remit. We will again put our investment in, we will again lean on our infrastructure, but we believe this will deliver great cricketing and economic value for all stakeholders in the Caribbean. And a new development league is planned for 2025, very much a league for the up-and-coming talent, with the aim of developing young players that helps fast-track future stars. We will again help to finance this tournament. Franchises are also investing, especially when they become more stable in their various territories. Here in Trinidad, the local T20 this year is being sponsored by TKR. In Barbados, the Barbados Royals have launched a new initiative with Hayley Matthews. In St. Lucia, the franchise sponsor the local T20 tournament and have donated cricket nets and laptops to schools. In St. Kitts this year, there'll be new covers for the ground, and there again have been kits and bags delivered to school children. In Guyana, there have been multiple donations of cricket gear to schools and clubs, and the Warriors also sponsor local women's teams as well. So this is just the start, and there'll be plenty more to come as the teams become more established. On an operational level, we continue to find common ground with Cricket West Indies. We now have a joint ticketing partner, having had separate entities for a number of years. We're now looking at how we create a joint production entity, upskilling local talent rather than bringing in expensive overseas companies to run the show. And we collaborate on staff. So a number of our staff are working on the Cricket World Cup as we speak. So plenty of good things are happening that will make a difference. So what do I make of the future? Sport is now a growing asset class. Private investment has come into all major sports, and cricket is certainly benefiting. But what that means is that the cricketing landscape is changing and becoming fiercely competitive. So we will see even greater pressure on cricket here in the Caribbean, certainly as America develops, whilst investment for the Middle East is about to come into cricket in a major way. By way of an example, we have already been asked to present the 60 concept to Saudi Arabia. The IPL are now talking about an IPL 2. That will be played in our window. They're certainly looking at it, so that will have major implications for us as a tournament. So as much as we have a local agenda, global actions will have an influence on how well or badly we fare in the future. So we all need to be prepared. CPL are investors in West Indies cricket, but more than that, I would like to think that we're good partners to West Indies cricket and that we can continue to help move the game forward. We have shown, I think, that with the right brand and execution, there is a wonderful heartbeat amongst cricket fans in the region. And we have seen that with the right strategy, where cricket is part of an entertainment package, we can become an economic driver for all stakeholders. Trust me, we are by no means perfect, but we have committed investors, and by continuing to work together, I can guarantee that we will continue to play our part in striving to make cricket in the West Indies the envy of the world, whether that is both on the pitch or off it. I thank you.
Our thanks to you, Mr. Pete Russell, the Chief Executive Officer of CPL. As we continue now, ladies and gentlemen, there's a presentation from Cage Sports. Would you please welcome the co-founder, chairman, and CEO, Robert B. Washington.
Honorable Prime Minister Raleigh, Prime Minister Modley, former Prime Minister Mitchell, members of government, legends of cricket, Dr. Shallow, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. To be sure, cricket has been at the core of the Caribbean social and economic fabric development and has produced some of the greatest cricketers of all times. We at CAGE respectfully suggest that we work together to ensure a continued positive development of Cricket West Indies and its iconic brand. However, as was stated yesterday by one of the legends of cricket, Michael Holdings, you need cash to care. I do not think it can be either doubted or gainsaid that one of the key elements to the ultimate success of Cricket West Indies, is its direct access to a predictable source of recurring annual revenue to support cricket development and have available cash to pay cricket players competitive wages, or we stand the risk of losing these great players to others who can afford to pay higher contract amounts. Members of the board of CWI and CAGE informally have been engaged in ongoing informal discussions and conversations since 2007 with respect to implementing regional games to generate recurring revenue to support regional cricket development and the federations. We have again proposed to Cricket West Indies a plan for the creation of an annual, sustainable, and recurring source of predictable revenue for Cricket West Indies and its federations based on a set of regional games tied to a common and regional operating system, games, and brands. Ladies and gentlemen, this statement is not aspirational. This is not a dream. This is not a wish list. It can become operational during the first quarter of 2025. We at CAGE and our predecessor company, Lilco, have a long history of generating recurring revenue for cricket and other sports in the Caribbean community. We started our operations in the Caribbean many, many years ago with the formation of a very small lottery, the Antigua Lottery, in 1994. We then formed the Leeward Island Lotteries in 1998-99. We created Caribbean Lotto as a result of the Caribbean Lotto. And in the late 1990s, we commenced a strategic relationship with the government of Barbados and the Barbados Cricket Association. And in 2004, we formed CAGE, the successor company to Lilco. And we signed a subsequent agreement with the government of St. Kitts, the government of St. Lucia, the National Lottery Authority, to provide a source of recurring revenue so that the government could pay off its stadium debt. Ladies and gentlemen, it's very important to appreciate that in our discussions with Cricket West Indies, we have advanced yet another proposal, plan, strategy to generate over $94 million over the first 10-year period for Cricket West Indies and the federations based on the member states participating in the regional games and providing their continuing support to CWI. Let me be unambiguously clear on this point. The total investment and all of the risk associated with the startup of these games shall be for the account solely of CAGE. We're not asking CWI or any government to advance any revenue, take any risk. It will all be undertaken by CAGE and its owners. And let me just for a moment say something about CAGE, or LOCO for those who do not know. CAGE is a RLJ majority-owned company. RLJ is Robert L. Johnson, the first African-American billionaire that founded BET, the Charlotte Bobcats. I was a partner in that. The Charlotte Hornets with Michael Jordan, I was a partner in that as well. We sold it last year, the Hornets. Over 120 hotels, largest African-American car dealership in America, and many, many other investments. And so we are in gaming, and our strategic partner in the Caribbean for the execution of this project that we are proposing to CWI is Sports Radar, the billion-dollar Swiss company, the largest provider of sport content in the world. Sport Radar, you can look them up. They have the greatest cricket games in their network, and they are prepared, and we have launched in Barbados, in St. Lucia, in Antigua, and we're about to launch in Guyana, and we have an application pending in St. Kitts and Nevis. So it's important that we understand that the turnkey proposal and all of the risk and capital is ours. The opportunity is for both government and CWI to participate. We're not asking government to give up their revenue sources either. Obviously, that would be unfair. That's just simply moving revenue from one side of the table to the other side. Governments will also obviously participate in this participation. Honorable Prime Ministers and members, ministers of government, I just want to be clear again at the concept that was asserted yesterday that you need cash. As a former corporate lawyer in Washington and New York, I understand and appreciate the importance of governance, corporate governance. It's indispensable, but you also have to have a source of revenue. You have to have revenue. You can have the best corporate governance in the world without a sustainable, predictable source of revenue, irrespective of how great your governance plan is. It doesn't work. You've got to have the CWA has to have sustainable revenue in order to be competitive. We're in a different environment. What was applicable in the 1980s is no longer applicable in 2024. This is a call to action, and I think there are three things that have to be done, and I'll end my brief. I had a bunch of slides, but they told me to condense it down to 10 minutes, and respecting that. But there are three things that have to be done in order to make this not just some pie in the sky, not just some dream, not just some aspiration, but executable. And they are up there that we need all of the governments to support it and to really get in line with it and to support the games. We need the public support of the governments in these jurisdictions. And finally, each member state, through its ISP, has to block all of these illegal games. They already exist. Let me be clear. They already exist. People can play these games today on their handheld devices, and you don't participate in the revenue. There's so much illegal playing going on in the Caribbean community because the ISPs are not blocking. If people have credit cards, they can already play these games. They already exist. So we're not asking for something that doesn't exist. We're saying, how do you monetize something that already exists and to ensure that it benefits the people of the West Indies, it benefits the governments, and it benefits Cricket West Indies. And as I close, I in the parlance of the NBA, we say it's jump ball time. And closing, I also want to remind us of the statement made by Michael Holdings yesterday, and I'm repeating myself. You need cash to care. And I hope in the future, this is my first time I spent yesterday, I learned a lot, and thank you for the opportunity, the invitation. But we really need to spend a little more time on talking about how we generate funds and revenue so that, you know, half of the time we need as a business, and this cricket is a business, we need to talk about how we generate revenue and how that revenue is spent, and obviously is a function of corporate governance. So thank you again for the opportunity. We welcome the chance to participate and help to strengthen cricket. I have been watching cricket for 30 years, and it's not new to me. I am a sportsman. As I said, I'm former owner of an NBA franchise. But this is an incredible game. It's one of the most incredible games in the world. But we need more revenue, more support behind it. I look forward to answering your questions, and thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you very much to Mr. Robert B. Washington, co-founder, chair, and CEO, Cage Sports. Pete Russell is joining Mr. Washington on stage. I'd like to invite our moderator for a brief question and answer with these two gentlemen, Mr. Dario Bartley, the CEO of BMP Sports for Caribbean and the Americas. Dario, good morning, and well, the podium is yours. Permit me, though, unfortunately, I will be the Grim Reaper this morning. Once you see me at this podium, time's up.
No problem.
Thanks for your cooperation in advance. The floor is all yours.
Good morning, all. Please allow me to accept all protocols previously observed. I know that there are probably some burning questions in the room for the two gentlemen to the left and right of me, so without much further ado, I'd like to open up the floor. I'm seeing a question from Dr. Keith Mitchell at table 2. We get a microphone there, please.
Just want to ask my brother Lee, in your table you presented a while ago, I noticed a constant increase from one year to the next of a certain amount, and it got larger and larger. But from year 6, I noticed there was a decline. Is there an explanation for that difference in the numbers? Revenue, projections of revenue, is there an explanation for this?
It's a game mix and the type of games. And what we tried to do with Sports Radar, Mr. Prime Minister, what we tried to do is to present a conservative model that we thought that we could exceed. And the example, for example, could be St. Lucia, where the former government asked us to generate $200,000, and this month we're giving them $785,000 this month. And what we tried to do as games get known and understood and played, there are periods where we go up and down. And what we tried to do is to project a reasonable scenario that we think we could exceed.
I'm seeing a question at table 13, but just to open up the CPL side of things, I'm going to take a question that I had from the audience. How many shares does Cricket West Indies actually
They have
own?
5%.
5% of the CPL.
Andrew Batiste question for Pete Russell. So Russell, you mentioned that Digicel was an owner or is an owner still, one. And if Digicel is an owner, is it that CPL is a subsidiary of Digicel? And if they are a subsidiary, does that mean they are listed and we can see the accounts, not only CWI, but the rest of the Caribbean? And there's one more question. And you mentioned CWI got 17 million over 12 years. If I do the math, it's about 1.4 million US. That doesn't sound like a lot.
Well, again, I mean, as I said, we're open to discussions about it, but I think I've presented the numbers in terms of what it's cost CPL. So I guess it depends, what does everyone want out of it in terms of, we pay sanction fees, we pay for the tournament, and the investment to date has been, in fact, it's been a lot more than 40 million, but that's where the current cumulative losses sit. To your Digicel question, yeah, they're a shareholder of CPL. We're not a subsidiary of Digicel, so I don't know whether they share their accounts. But as I said, we're very transparent with Cricket West Indies in terms of where our accounts sit. And again, you know, what Digicel are going through an interesting time right now. So whether Digicel what they'll do with the league, who knows? But for now, they're very much a shareholder.
Pete, just based on the comments and the questions that we got yesterday throughout the room, I think that a lot of persons are seeking an answer as to whether CPL would be open to renegotiating that contract and that 50-year period.
Look, I think, again, it baffles me why people think we're sort of this ghost in the shadows somewhere. We are part of Cricket West Indies. If people think it's a problem with the 50-year deal, of course we'll look at it. But you have to remember it works both ways. I mean, CPL doesn't necessarily want to be in a contract for 50 years where we're losing money. So I think everyone's just got to work together to say, well, what's the emotional hang-up here about 50 years? Because if in fact it's not 50 years because there's a break after 30. But the point is, you know, we've put $40 million in. So at some point, any investor is going to want to see a return on that. So I'm sure everyone in this room can understand that. Now, if people want to come forward and say, look, CPL's not doing it properly, there's another investor who we want to bring to the party, we'll have the conversation. But I don't know what everyone wants from the 50-year agreement. So without me understanding it, it's very difficult for me to respond to it.
Question at table 4.
Good morning, Gregory Nichols from Barbados. I have a comment and a question for both of you gentlemen. First of all, in terms of the CPL, I'm wondering how do you think you can work better with the local cricket organizations in terms of building out cricket in each of the territories? I heard you mention a number of initiatives, but certainly I can speak from the perspective of the Barbados Cricket Association. Sponsorship is very hard to get in the local market for local cricket, but the CPL comes in, the franchise, and swoops up all of the sponsors. So Corporate Barbados goes with Barbados Royals, for example, and CPL. And to what extent can we work to partner to build out the platform for commercial support for local cricket? Because without the local cricket being developed, you're not going to engage fans for the Royals in Barbados and so forth. And for Mr. Washington, I want to place on the record for everyone here, without the support of CAGE and the government of Barbados, we have settled an arrangement which CAGE has come into the Barbados cricket since World Cup 2007. But for a long time, there has been a dispute between CAGE, BCA, and government. And we have settled that arrangement about 5 years ago, and that has brought a lot of resources and revenue into Barbados cricket. It is a model that should be commended for all of the territories in the West Indies, because without the betting and gaming support from CAGE, the legislative infrastructure, and the support from the government of Barbados under Prime Minister Motley, we settled a lot of the legal wranglings, and the influence to government and influence to BCA have made a financial difference. So I just want to commend that approach. And how do you, Mr. Washington, see us going forward in terms of trying to build out the same framework for Cricket West Indies? Thank you.
First, we'll give Mr. Russell a chance to speak.
I think the relationship with the franchises is important, obviously. The Royals are recent, that they're new entrants. And you also have to remember that they've obviously investing in a new area of territory for the first time. I think what we're doing here with TKR sponsoring the local T20, you know, reasonably significant sum. So that's the sort of model that I think I need to impress upon all the franchises that they need to adopt. So there's precedent in terms of what we can do with the franchises. So I don't see that being an obstacle at all. I think it's a case of where you've got ideas or opportunities that you need support with, 100% they should be considered, not just by us, but obviously by the Royals, because we'll support them. I mean, I think we've got a pretty good track record in doing that.
So Washington, it was more of a comment, but I'll give you a chance just to respond to that.
Thank you very much, Gregory. We believe, after having studied the opportunity, that this is a mechanism, a strategy that works in the U.S. and other parts of the world, where you can generate a predictable source of recurring revenue. Just remember, on one Sunday on Super Bowl, sports betting alone, $23.2 billion was spent in the U.S. And because we have Sports Radar, and we're bringing Sports Radar, the large Swiss company, which has the European cricket and most of the cricket around the world, we think players will be able to play on their handheld devices, and we'll be able to get a lot of the younger people, and we comply in all material respects with anti-money laundering, KYC. We restrict anonymous bets, very limited anonymous bets, because we have to meet, obviously, as U.S. owners and companies in the Caribbean, we have to meet U.S. standards on KYC, Bank Secrecy Act. All the requirements are there for governance and control, but a predictable source of significant recurring revenue with no investment on the part of Cricket West Indies or the governments in order to get this up. And with the iconic brand, and there is a significant revenue source. We think we'll do better than those numbers, but it depends on how governments participate. And if we have that enthusiastic support of the governments behind the cricket brand and behind this revenue that's going to cricket, it will outperform the projections.
Another question from table 4.
One of the burning issues as regards to CPL has been the development aspect of the players. You mentioned that there will be a development league, I take it from next year, and also that you will also sponsor T20 in the local territories. Can you give us some more explanation on this?
Well, I think the Development League was very much a CWI initiative. I think born out of Darren Sammy obviously making the case. And it's right, of course, because there has to be a league where young players feel that they can obviously perform under a spotlight and then have the opportunity to play in franchise cricket, whether it's CPL or anywhere else. So, we commit a development fee, as you all know, to Cricket West Indies every year, outside of our sanction fee. And so we're going to use that money and top it up to make sure that this league happens, because I think it's very important for the region. I think in terms of the development that we can do, we have 5 weeks a year when we're in play. We obviously have development players that come into the teams, and there's a clear structure as to how those players are selected. It's not great, it's not ideal, but I think it's, in the context of a competitive league like ours, I think it works. But yeah, we want to support, obviously, development leagues wherever they are, whatever age group, because that's important. That helps us, obviously, as well as the whole cricketing ecosystem.
Mr. Russell, something I want to ask is, in support of the local T20 leagues, with the directors obviously in the building and majority of the countries having some type of T20 league being ran, is it possible that we could receive like a framework of how that sponsorship works, what areas we need to satisfy in order for CPL to support T20 cricket in the region?
I think it's for you to tell us how you see it. I mean, we're working with the cricket board here, and effectively we've said, listen, we will support it. You just tell us how you want us to support it. We're not going to ask for ridiculous requests, whether that's branding requests or anything else. We just want these leagues to happen because they're obviously important locally. and we want to be seen to support it. I mean, what's clear to me is obviously there's a huge amount of angst about CPR, and I think there's a lot of misunderstanding about CPR. So, my job, our job, is to make sure we're front and center, and we're seen to be giving back as much as anything else.
Not seeing any more questions around the room. Mr. Washington, I just wanted to ask you, based on your presentation and the action items, how realistic, well, you obviously think that this plan is very realistic, but with other commercial deals and so forth in play, how do you see this happening in 2025 would be my question.
We're saying that from our perspective, and the things that we have to do in order to make it operational, we can execute our side to make it operational in the first quarter of 2025. That assumes that there's a willing partner on the other side and participants who agree and take the appropriate steps during the interregnum to get it done. We're saying without doubt that from our perspective, we have the systems in place, we have the technology in place, we have our data warehouse, AI and BI in place, we have a multi-currency system in place, we have both a digital and retail component in place in the Caribbean, operational. So we can be operational. This is not, as I said, this is not some dream. This is something we can execute because we're already doing it in several countries. And it just depends on whether the other countries, member states in the Caribbean, participate. It's going to happen. The question is who participates.
Seeing a question from table 9.
Yes, Calvin Hope of Barbados Cricket Association. There's a restrictive clause in the CPL agreement where territorial boards, excuse me, or local associations are restricted from hosting or staging T20 or similar tournaments that are of an international flavor. Certainly, I have read it, and from a legal point of view, I see it as a restraint of trade for an association who, by law, in their country, is responsible for management and organization of cricket. Is that clause something that CPL could review or is willing to look at to see how you can resolve that restriction?
Calvin, firstly, I didn't sign the contract, so I don't know. Obviously, that was agreed by both sides. But you also have to remember that there is a commercial reason for signing or at least ensuring that there is some protections of CPL, because if every single country here set up a similar CPL or had international franchises playing, what's the value for CPL? Because even His Excellency President Irfan yesterday mentioned he's launching an international or world league that's going to come to Guyana. So that's going to have a knock-on effect, obviously, on CPL. So I think we've got to be very careful by saying, okay, well, everyone can now set up international franchise tournaments that are similar to CPL, because then we have no value, and ultimately, I'm not sure that's going to be for the best for the region. But again, like all of these things that I've said, I'm very happy to discuss the pros and cons of that. I just think there has to be some protections in there for CPL to make sure that we're not inundated with all these local leagues, and obviously commercially CPL doesn't work, because that's the other worry, is that CPL falls over because it can't raise the 25 million every year. So that's obviously my worry every year. But look, as I said, everything, if you want to discuss how that clause works and what's the best for all parties, very happy to do it.
Just another question. In relation to T10 franchise leagues, we've seen the emergence of a lot of T10 cricket being played around the region. What is CPL's view on that and those rights?
They're not. We don't have those rights. So it's not that we're restrictive. I mean, those are for Cricket West Indies. You've got to be very careful, I think, again, is how you construct those leagues. I think there has to be, my own view, and look, I don't run Cricket West Indies, but there has to be a structure which funnels up to something. At the minute, you have all these various leagues, and they all do fine, and I guess they play a purpose locally. But where's the narrative again? Where can fans from not only the region, but internationally, buy into a league in Trinidad or St. Lucia? Where does it all lead to? So I think that's something that needs to be explored. I think T10 is a great format. So I'm all for it.
And do you think that those leagues could basically support that 60 structure?
Yeah, again, but we know that they need to be commercially viable. So that structure should be making them commercially viable. Selling TV rights, selling data rights, selling betting rights, whatever it is, you've got to do it collectively because you'll be better off by selling it collectively.
We have just over a minute left, but I'd just like to go to one final question from the audience, and it's for you, Mr. Russell, again. A lot was said about branding. Why was the name Caribbean Premier League chosen when we have world-class visibility in the name West Indies?
I don't think we were allowed to use it, is the honest answer. So I think we used Caribbean Premier League, and obviously Premier League was, at the time, it was Indian Premier League, but I don't think we were allowed to use the West Indies name.
Unless there are any final comments that either of you would like to give.
No.
That brings us to the close of this question and answer segment. Guys, thank you for all of your views and questions throughout the room.
And thank you very much, Dario. Thank you, Mr. Washington, and thank you, Mr. Russell, for facilitating. We kindly ask that for members in the audience, just for the purpose of being able to easily see you when the question and answer segments are being facilitated, if you could kindly stand so that the cameras are able to pick you up. There is an audience online that we want our cameras to be able to capture, and there are some challenges if you remain seated. Thank you for your cooperation. Ladies and gentlemen, time for some entertainment. First up, Mr. Irfan Alves and the piano girl Joanna will perform for you a song that really and truly is synonymous of what we appreciate in Trinidad and Tobago, in Jamaica, in Barbados, in the Leeward Islands, in Guyana, nothing more than rally around the West Indies. Please welcome Irfan Alves and the piano girl, Joanna.
Good morning, everyone. Happy to be here. Thanks for having us. This is our first live performance of the West Indies cricket anthem.
Pleasant good morning, one and all. I urge you to feel free to sing along. No noble thoughts brought us here to this region, but through it all, we have risen above. Through our flooded nights, flashing their willow and leather, these keepers of the flame should feel all night long. This Caribbean nation is rising fast, a sunbeam cutting through a clouded past. A passion fills the world like a raging fire. As the sun shines, we know we can take it higher. Let every voice be raised. Everybody give praise. Rally round the West Indies, now and forever. Hey. Rally round the West Indies, now and forever. Thank you.
Thanks to the piano girl, thanks to Irfan Alves. Thank you, David Michael Rudder. Ladies and gentlemen, Brian Charles Lara is a former captain of the Trinidad and Tobago and the West Indies cricket teams. He is widely acknowledged as one of the greatest batsmen of all times to grace the cricket fields. Mr. Lara holds several cricketing records, including the record for the highest individual score in first-class cricket, 501 runs not out, and the record for the highest individual score in an international innings, a memorable 400 not out at the Antigua Recreation Ground in the fourth Test against England in 2004, and this still stands as the world record. Mr. Lara is a national icon in Trinidad and Tobago and is popularly called the Prince of Port of Spain. As a legend, he shares his perspective on West Indies cricket. Please welcome Mr. Brian Charles Lara.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. Firstly, I want to say how honored I am to be a part of this regional conference on West Indies cricket, themed Reinvigorating West Indies cricket. At the same time, I feel disappointed I am not there in person interacting with you throughout the conference and not just for a few recorded minutes. I was always better taking on the game out in the middle, in the heat of the moment, more so than shouting my support from the pavilion. This forum will have to do for now, but rest assured that in the future, whenever needed, I am available. But I don't come cheaply. I played our lovely game of cricket from the moment I could walk, and I was inspired by the late Roy Fredericks and some seriously great role models. In my support group, I had my dad, my mother, my siblings, Joey Kuru and his family, and many more wonderful people that wanted me to succeed. Harvard Coaching Clinic, Queen's Park Cricket Club, Fatima College, Trinidad and Tobago Cricket Board, and WICB are all institutions that paved the way and became architects of my career. And for that, I want to say thank you. I've been involved in this game for 50 of my soon-to-be 55 years. The history of West Indies cricket means a lot to me. Well, at least the interpretation I have of West Indies cricket. Chairman, members of CARICOM Subcommittee for Cricket, members of the West Indies Cricket Board, and all stakeholders, my mandate today is to give my thoughts about West Indies cricket and the importance of this two-day conference. Well, to answer your first request, you would have to give me every minute of these 2 days and more to complete my thoughts. But I will try. I will try to concise my message and squeeze my thoughts in the time given. I want to spend my few minutes establishing where we came from, the battles we had to confront throughout our 96-year journey to appreciate the acute dilemma we face. I will identify a few points I feel best describes our history in chronological order. I'll just go back a little bit before the 96 years of acceptance. I'll speak about the fact that in the 19th and early part of the 20th century, our cricket was played by plantation owners and their offsprings. In 1928, the Imperial Cricket Council granted us Test status. And for a few years, till World War II, our fight moved internally. The fight was now for fairness and equality in selection when it came to West Indies teams. Prominent figures playing at the time were Sir George Headley, Sir Larry Constantine, and on the field, our literary genius, C.L.R. James, played a very important part. Post-war, in the 1950s and 60s, our cricket blossomed on the field with a greater cross-section of our population having the opportunity to play. This evolvement in our game made conversations about gaining our independence from our colonial masters that much stronger. In the 70s, and for the next 20 years, our motivation in the game of cricket changed. We were ticking all the boxes but one. Can we be the best in the world, and not for a fleeting moment, but for years and years to come? Entered Clive Lloyd and his band of warriors, who swept away every opposing team, and yes, we became the unofficial world champions of Test cricket and double world champions in a limited over version of the game. For 15 years, and one will argue for even more, if it wasn't for an aberration in New Zealand in 1980, where the West Indies were beaten, but we dominated pre and post that period. Moving on to 1990s, all good things come to an end, and all sporting teams go through a cycle, ups and downs, great periods followed by barren periods, and this wasn't going to miss the once invincible West Indies team. 1995 was our first series loss in 15 years, and it signaled the end of our dominance. We never, ever returned to the top of World Test cricket standings ever again. The 21st century saw the advent of another version of our game, the T20 phenomenon, and more importantly, the opening of the market to a new breed, cricket team ownership through the franchise system. With the points above, I believe that I've covered our cricketing landscape in a nutshell. I've given this much thought, and we all know why we are here today. It is simple. We are proud people and want cricket, and what cricket means to us and the identity it has given us worldwide is slowly being erased. We were so good. We were the best in the world. What happened? What went wrong? Even today, the best players we have are reluctant to play for us. Is there any significance in looking back at the past to find the answers? Well, in my opinion, the problem and the answers are rooted in our history. They are just dressed up differently. Back in the days, going back before 1928, slavery and colonialism, the indigenous Caribbean people were not able to play the game. They were toiling away and had no time for recreation. Today, is the game of cricket an all-inclusive affair in the Caribbean, or is it being played less and less by our youngsters and only played by kids that are driven to play the sport by their parents that love the game? Can we fix this? Yes, we can. Make a concerted effort to have the game available and played by all ages and all walks of life. Whilst we are proud of the relentless efforts by the likes of Headley, Constantine and CLR James, which helped pave the way for other players of colour to have an equal chance today, we must look into the mirror and ask ourselves, are we sending the right message that will encourage all West Indians to want to play the game with a future in mind? Where are the great-great-grandkids, male or female, of Jerry Alexander, Jerry Gomez, Jeffrey Stolmeyer, Dennis Atkinson, John Goddard, and many more? Can we not encourage them to play the game, broaden our pool, or is it too late? Or is it just that we prefer not to? We must attract all, the skillful, the underprivileged, but also open the gate for the privileged. Get rid of insularity. It is the one sport that brings us together, but somehow it finds a way of bringing out the worst in us. Cricket was one of the tools we used to show that we are capable to be our own leaders. Use it again to draw us back together. We were motivated to be the greatest team in the world under the leadership of Sir Clive Lloyd because we wanted the world to look at what some cricketers from a tiny part of the world were capable of. We had pride in ourselves and our purpose. That was our motivation then. Today, what is our motivation? As players, and if I was playing today, my thinking would be no different in the climate I would have found myself in. Having a career that would provide me the financial footing to firstly come out of my environment and to provide for my family's future would be of paramount importance. Let's don't fool ourselves. That is a more secure choice away from home compared to grinding it out to hopefully play for the West Indies one day. Can we return to the 70s motivation and be the best in the world once more? This will be a challenge as the game is moving away and giving less importance to country versus country and more importance to franchise cricket with more than 12 leagues available to players throughout the year. The game changed on us in the 90s and we paid no attention. Us neglecting the importance of how the pace of the game was evolving meant our decline was inevitable. The lack of good facilities and academies with the right technology to grow the game kept us stagnant. We felt that our cricketers were naturally talented and the way we learned the game was still the best way. No, it wasn't, and if we still believe that today, we are in serious trouble. The science of this beautiful game, cricket, has significantly changed, and we have to catch up. The latest technology must be used in our cricket classrooms and state-of-the-art facilities for our practicals. There is no shortcut. This is serious business. The lure of big bucks in cricket is only going to get greater, and nothing we do is going to stop our best players from looking after their future in a more secure environment. Why are we worried about our elite cricketers? They are well taken care of. Turn your attention to your controllables. Our youth in all corners of all our Caribbean islands needs new opportunities, not dead ends. What effect did franchise cricket have on West Indies? It was a big blow. It actually made us aware of how rich we are in talent as the world came and invaded our shores, taking away our prized possessions, weakening our legacy, and showing how economically underprepared we were to deal with a fast-moving game that waited for no one and had no sympathy for the fragility and vulnerability of some countries. Ladies and gentlemen, I did ask for 2 days. You gave me 5 minutes. I took a lot more than 5 minutes. I will summarize and bring my message to an end. Now, if we truly believe that we can come together as one, function in harmony, and really make a big effort to reinvigorate West Indies cricket, this could be a watershed moment in our cricket history. I challenge you to take my main points away and discuss them and add and subtract from it as much as you want, because the true ingredients for a healthy sporting environment throughout the Caribbean isn't just my thoughts or other concerned citizens' thoughts. It's about respecting the views of all stakeholders and making everyone feel that they are part of the process, because we are all important to the process. Also, please take sports seriously. The benefits are far-reaching socially and economically. And lastly, accept that we first need to grow internally before we challenge externally. We've been punching above our weight for a very long time, and now is the time to take an honest and in-depth look at our future. I'm challenging all stakeholders to truly think about what reinvigorating West Indies cricket really means. Thank you.
Our thanks to Trinidad and Tobago and West Indies cricket legend, Brian Charles Lara. We move now, ladies and gentlemen, to a discussion on cricket, youth and school programming, and education, almost timely and appropriate in light of the sentiments expressed by Mr. Lara. Sports broadcaster Mr. Andre Errol Batiste will moderate this panel, and joining him will be Mr. Darren Sammy, cricket legend and West Indies ball head coach, Mr. Enoch Lewis, President, Leeward Islands Cricket Board and Director, CWI, Professor Joel Warrican, Committee Member of CWI, Mr. Azim Bazareth, HBM, Vice President of Cricket West Indies and President of the Trinidad and Tobago Cricket Board, and Dr. Nigel Camacho, President of Queen's Park Cricket Club and a very dear friend of Brian Lara. Will you please welcome our panelists? And we invite Mr. Andre Errol Batiste to kick off the discussion. Cricket, youth and school programming and education. Our panel.
Thank you, sir.
How are you? Good. Very good. Thank you. Okay.
Thank you very much. We have a mixed set of persons here from all the islands, Leeward Islands, Windward Islands, two from Trinidad and Tobago. But a lot of this discussion has been really about the board, and I really don't want to talk about the board. So I want to talk about the players. So I want to start with Darren Sammy. So, Sammy, the obvious question would be, can the West Indies win the World Cup? But we know the answer is yes, so I'm not going to ask you, not putting you under no pressure. Instead, I'm going to ask you an easier question, which is, Brian Lara mentioned the development of youth in cricket. Are we doing enough for that?
Pleasant good morning to all. There's always more that could be done. Like Brian, I grew up in a time where I had heroes. You know, when you see something being done for the first time, it's easier to do it over and over again. So growing up, you know, I saw my name, Darren Sammy Legend. I'm sitting next to Desmond Haynes, and I'm wondering, why is that? But we had heroes, and I wanted to be like Brian. I wanted to come out and meet Curtly Ambrose. At this present moment, to inspire the young generation, what are they seeing? Who are the heroes? When was the last time you heard a young West Indian saying, I want to be like this person? You hear the Virat Kohlis, you hear all of this. But because of the lack of heroes they see on TV, the sport now is kind of dying. And that's why the school system, the club, is very important. You know, finding an avenue where the parents are at work, the children are at school. When they come from school, the parents are tired, you put them in a club structure. They're practicing, they're harnessing their skills, and most of all, they're having fun, they're developing a passion for the game. Because when we start as a kid, none of us want to make money. It's for the fun. That's the fun and the passion that drives you then. Somebody sees that you are talented. So we, in the leadership position, have to create that opportunity.
So the question was, have we done enough? Are you seeing enough being done?
No, that's why I'm saying. Because of all those things there, we've not done enough.
And we is who?
Everybody, the leaders, I talk about it in St. Lucia all the time. The ministry are responsible for sports, the PE teachers, the principals, the club owners. We all have to get together and get it done.
But you realistically think that could happen?
Of course. If you have a process in how you do things, you know, you put it together, and then they have people there to execute it. And I really, truly believe it was done before, because look at how we dominated for 15 years. Yeah, it has been done.
Oh, okay.
It has been done.
Is it happening now?
No, because I turn up and I would see Central Castries playing versus Miku, for instance. And back in the day when I passed by Sado's gas station, club cricket, the whole community was there.
So why is it not being done?
Because the structure is not there.
Right, I hear you, but you are involved in the process now.
Yeah, but
so can you change it?
That's what we're working towards.
How long we have?
Well, look, Rome was not built in a day.
I know, but how long we have? How long?
Let me tell you what happens is you put process. Nothing happens without a proper process. So myself, if you see, you heard I spoke about to Pete Russell, the need for development. You cannot have sustained success without the development of the future.
So we have the right people in the right places to do that?
It doesn't matter who is there, it's what happens. I've heard so many guys spoke about...
No, but I hear you, but the process is there. Do we have the right people in place to ensure that the process that you recommend and you want to happen is going to happen?
Of course it's going to happen. I trust in the leadership of Dr. Kishore. I trust in all the reason why we are here today is to ensure all these things happen.
Mr. Bazar,
we need action.
Sure, okay. Mr. Bazar, as the Vice President of Cricket West Indies, do we have the right people in the right places to do what Darren Sammy has just said?
Of course, yes. I am pretty confident that what is required will take place. When you look at the people who are in Cricket West Indies, you have people who are involved in territorial boards. And what Mr. Sammy was saying is that what transpired maybe in the 80s and the 90s, where we had strong clubs now that no longer exists. What happens? But that is the $40 million question. I remember as a young boy growing up, when you pass at different communities, you see 40, 50 people training regularly on evenings, preparing for the match coming up on the weekend. That no longer exists.
But you're in charge of the Trinidad and Tobago Cricket Board. So therefore, what happens in Trinidad and Tobago, is under your purview. Agree?
No, I don't agree.
Who purview it under then?
Any cricket board is not responsible for the administration of the clubs. The clubs have that responsibility.
But do you fund the clubs?
No, we don't fund the clubs.
So the clubs have to go and get their own sponsorship?
Of course, yes.
Is that how it should be?
Well, yes, because in Trinidad and Tobago, I'm speaking from a Trinidad and Tobago perspective. In Trinidad and Tobago, you have some people who say they are the owners of the club. If you are the owner of the club, that is your own, what I understand from it is that is your own personal item. So you now have to go and get your sponsorship or what is required to run your own business. That is not my responsibility or any territorial board responsibility.
But even if, by what you've just said, even if that means that youth development is not going to take place, because I presume that Dr. Shallow and his team gives all the boards monies to invest in youth. The only way you could invest in youth is through the clubs. Of course, you could invest through the schools, but eventually they have to go to clubs. So what you're saying is that you're not going to support the clubs because the clubs have an owner.
I'm not saying we're not going to support the clubs. What I'm saying, and not necessarily, you have development programs coming through the clubs. From a Trinidad and Tobago Cricket Board perspective, when we had the grassroots programs were administered through the zones. And the zones will appoint coaches at the different venues, not necessarily at the primary school or secondary school, at different venues throughout the country. In Trinidad and Tobago, I remember there were 80 venues where we had the grassroots program taking place. And as I said before, that used to be run through the zones.
So Louis, I want to bring you in here from the Leeward Islands perspective. In terms of club system, in terms of the youth system, how is that working in the Leeward Islands? Is it working like how it's working in Trinidad and Tobago?
Good morning to all. Let me just say that club structure, I believe, right across the Caribbean and life support. That is the truth, right? And just allow me to say that, you know, right across the Caribbean, I've heard cries as to what Cricket West Indies is doing or not doing. Not enough is being said is what's being done at the production level. Cricket West Indies doesn't produce players. Players are produced at the territorial level, and that's where the support is needed. And I go particularly, I believe if this conference, if you could walk away from this conference with one thing, it would be for me that you fix both school or youth development and club structure. If you fix that foundation, those cracks you see at the top in terms of the walls are going to get fixed. The problem we're having is that we see the cracks there, and we're fixing the cracks, but we're not dealing with the foundation.
So what are your recommendations?
Well, the way I see it, you know, it's like one evening I was home and I was just relaxing. And the thought came to mind as to exactly what needs to happen to address this situation that we have. And it is this. I believe that CARICOM should just take total charge of the development of school cricket. And what I mean by that is I believe CARICOM should take it on their payroll, appoint 1, 2, or 3 ambassadors. Connect with Cricket West Indies, you get a program that will be disseminated by these ambassadors. The role of the different islands would be to provide development officers. So the ambassadors go into each island, they work with the DOs who are going to go into the school to ensure that we have a system. We have a cricket system not just an individual territory playing cricket, but a system that will form the foundation to the development of West Indies cricket. If we address that, if we get that right, that will evolve into better clubs.
So you're saying you want CARICOM to fund it, basically?
Yeah, because let me tell you, I know Cricket West Indies don't have the resources to deal with it. And if you look historically at what has happened in West Indies cricket, is that schools, government has always taken charge of the school development. It is. Back in our day, it was probably not formalized because cricket was probably the only, or the main sport that was given the attention. But now we need to be intentional in terms of dealing with it. And that's why I'm saying, and those ambassadors need to report to CARICOM to say, where are we? What are our objectives? When are we going to get this done? Because I feel that if we collectively get this done, right, West Indies cricket is going to grow and rise back to the level that we were back in the 1980s or 1970s.
So you're basically taking away the responsibility from Cricket West Indies?
No, I don't think Cricket West Indies has ever had the responsibility of producing players. That's my point. The production factory is in the territories.
I know, but I hear you, but the territories are funded from Cricket West Indies, so you understand? It's like a top-down approach. Shouldn't it not be that way? Where is the territories going to get the money from? Sponsorship? Where are the territories going to get the money for support? Sponsorship, or do they normally get it from Cricket West Indies, who gets their funding from the ICC?
Look, my point is this. My point is this. I want to fix the foundation, right?
I know.
Foundation.
We all want to do that.
Right. Which I believe evolve upwards to the clubs. As it is right now, support, and initially the support that the communities get, come from forming clubs and from the corporate entities within that particular territory. That's where they normally come from. And I don't have a problem with Cricket West Indies providing support at that level, because if you get it right, you don't have the challenge we're now having. Let me just make this final point. You see, what I'm seeing is that we have players at age 15 or 16 who are now learning, right, skills that was common at age 7, 5.
All right, no, and that's okay. So that leads me straight to Doc at Queen's, Dr. Nigel Camacho, right? It leads me to Queen's Park Cricket Club has been very successful in terms of its youth program. Unfortunately, we haven't seen that reflected in the success of Trinidad and Tobago many times. Why?
That is a difficult question to answer, but I think we have been very proud at Queen's Park Cricket Club in terms of the legacy of our club structure and in terms of our own grassroots program. Ably started, our program is a very mature program in terms of grassroots program, started by some of the founders of the club, including our cricket captain's father, Noel Gillen, and Mr. Brian Davis, who's here, a legend of West Indies cricket and of Queen's Park cricket as well. So we have been able to, in the last 20 years, been able to uncover the talents of Pollard, Bravo, and Narayan through our own little grassroots program. And yesterday I was a little bit taken aback by the fact that Miles Bascon and Mr. Inveron said that there was a gap in West Indies cricket at the moment in terms of grassroots. To me, I was talking to Enoch about it as a huge gap. By the time you uncover this potential talent, sometimes it's a little too late. And I think one of the good things that the clubs could do is bridge that gap. Dr. Shallow, I think the clubs should be called upon to bridge that grassroots. I know in Queen's Park, I could give an example. We've been able to work with the Ministry of Sport in Trinidad and Tobago, with our Minister Cujo, the Ministry of Sport, in squash, completely different from cricket, in that we are fortunate to have a facility of a squash court in Port of Spain in Trinidad, the only one. But we have a grassroots squash program that we're teaching the kids from the North schools to actually start and get engaged in squash. we do the same. We have our cricket administrator here in the back here, Mr. Brian Davis's son. And we have a cricket academy that runs at Queen's Park. And we feel that exactly what Mr. Lewis said in terms of working with CARICOM and Cricket West Indies in a collaboration, we can actually bridge that grassroots gap and start to uncover talent at a younger age and introduce them into the elite programs, you know, and make Mr. Sami happy, you know, where we start to uncover the talent earlier, develop them earlier, put them into rigid programs from earlier, and I think, you know, everybody will be happier because the results, I think, will be almost instantaneous in the next 5-10 years. And then we'll see West Indies hopefully rise back up. Before I go on, I want to thank our Prime Minister particularly for making this happen. As we heard from our Queen's Park member, our legend of West Indies cricket, we like to hold on to Mr. Brian Lara, talk about this as a watershed moment. I believe it is a watershed moment. It's an opportunity for us. All stakeholders are here stating the Prime Minister Rowley, I commend you for making this. I know, you know, well done. This is indeed a superb moment. You know, having the legends here, having everybody here. One of my favorite leaders, Prime Minister Motley, taking time out from her schedule. This is how important cricket is to us in the Caribbean. In the West Indies, this is huge. Cricket is really, really important. And that's the other part. As a club at Queen's Park, particularly, you touched on it earlier. And in your opening address, Prime Minister Rowley, you talked about whether Queen's Park Oval will become irrelevant in terms of a venue in cricket going forward. I don't think so. This year, we have more international cricket at the Queen's Park Oval than any other year in the history of our club. But what we have coming up, you know, in terms of what we have at the club is something that, you know, Andy Roberts and Clive Lloyd touched on in terms of utilization of our legends. We have a museum inside the Queen's Park Cricket Club that could bridge that gap in terms of teaching the next generation that we're talking about the importance and the significance of West Indies cricket and what it meant to us as a people in terms of our fights and our struggles and our development as a nation, as a nationhood, as a region. And I think, you know, it would be wonderful if we could collaborate, the ministries of sport, tourism, education, and culture in Trinidad and Tobago, work with us at the Heritage Museum at the Queen's Park Oval and utilize some of the assets we have inside of that museum to actually educate the next generation.
All right, Doc. That was the paid advertisement almost. But thanks. Good one. All right, so Professor Warwickon, you are the educator here. Tell us a little bit about, in the region, we have always heard many times parents say that they prefer their son or their daughter to be involved in schoolwork rather than to be involved in sports. From that specific point of view, how can you address that so that we can grow sports and, of course, grow cricket?
Thank you very much, and good morning to everybody. I'm definitely not a cricket expert, but I'm one of the biggest fans of West Indies cricket. And your question is a very pertinent one because I've lived through that. I have a son who plays for the West Indies team. And throughout his youth, I was told by my peers, why are you concentrating so much on cricket? He should be doing more schooling. Why is he not in university, and so forth. And that really is showing that in the Caribbean, we do not see cricket as a profession and as a big income earner. Well, I didn't buckle to that because I saw from early that where cricket was going. I just want to go back to something that I heard yesterday about very few of the youngsters know much about the legends. And that is really a shame. And I think what we need to do is to look at these things in an actionable way. How can we address that? I think we have to start in the primary schools. I know one gentleman made a point about the CAPE syllabus, but the reality of it is that it's just a minority of our young people going to be doing CAPE, just like it's a minority that's going to go to university. By the time you go to CAPE, that is upper six, you are in that 1.5% who are headed for tertiary education in the region. So you have to attack it at the primary level. How can this be done? In our school system and in the US and so forth, there's something called a basal reader approach, where every child is exposed to this basal reader. The US has it much more sophisticated. In the US, it's that reader, but along with it is what you call trade books. I am saying that the West Indies board can lobby with CARICOM because ministries do not write texts, but what you want is the adoption of text. So the West Indies Cricket Board can work with publishers, work with CARICOM, to come up with a set of trade books that will populate the school. So if you have 30, 50 books about cricket, the history of cricket, the great people who have played the game, the iconic grounds like Queen's Park and so forth, biographical moments in cricket, and you have those captured in short trade books, children would be exposed from early. The other thing I would say is that when we think about our coaching program, we have to think about education. Quite often we focus on the technical, which is the training part of it. But the education, we saw Mr. Bascom present the strategic plan. And in it, it has the core values and so forth. Every coach that is exposed to a coaching program should have an understanding of what the West Indies board, what Cricket West Indies is trying to achieve. What are the core values? What are the competencies? What do you want to see cricketers do? Communication skills, leadership skills. You want them to understand financial literacy, because these guys and girls are going to earn lots of money, but how do they invest? So it has to start with the coaches. When you have your meetings with young players, they should be asking them to communicate, as we heard Mike Finley spoke about yesterday. Identify what those core values are. And in terms of education, Cricket West Indies and the local boards themselves have to place prominence on education. And by education, I'm not talking about the traditional academic education. That is important. It is very important. You have to focus on that also, but you have to focus on the holistic person. What do you want to see of our youngsters? And for example, placing value, showing that education is important, could simply come from when we send a team out to the World Cup. Do we think about these 17-year-olds and 18-year education?
Well, we have the man who we could ask.
Do we send the tutor with them?
Darren Sammy, in terms of the World Cup, obviously, and in terms of the future of West Indies cricket as the coach, are you getting the support that is required? You believe all along so that the West Indies team, not only this team, but the teams going forward, can improve?
Yeah, just to echo what he just said, when I took on the job, my first thing I spoke with President Shallow, what is the vision of West Indies cricket? Chairman Desmond Haynes is there, understanding what he's looking to do with my vision. So understanding what is required, that's how I operate. First understand what is required, then put the processes. PM Motley said yesterday, if we don't invest in the personal development of our players, we cannot invest in the collective success. So my job has always been, what is the process and what is important? And so far we've been going about doing things, the communication with the players. You heard Brian spoke about it, having players available. I think all of last year, myself and Miles sat down and we planned the future tours. In doing so, I know all the leagues that's going to happen. I'm speaking to my players as to where they're going to go, because we can't restrict trade. That is one thing we cannot do. So effective communication, putting proper plans in place, and that myself, Andre Kohli is also there. We are trying to change how things have been done before and putting proper structures to ensure that when we put something out there, it's because we fought long and hard about it.
What can be done to encourage the youth? And I ask that, for instance, let's use an example. athlete in track and field knows that if they make this time, they will be selected for the Olympic Games. Whereas in cricket, it's judgmental in terms of selection. In fact, that's a good question. Which one is easier for you? A former player, being a coach, or a part of the selection team? Which one is easier?
No, everything brings its challenges. My job is understanding again what's required of me, what's required from the position that I am, and start looking for solutions to make it work. So in my selection process, there's a couple things. There's obviously performance, there's attitude, there's work ethic. There are so many things that come into it. And you look at from what we want to achieve, where we want to take the team, the goals that we have to set, then you find out which individuals, whether from performance, from attitude, from talent, from what they've been doing, and then you select according to suit. We have a plan for different formats. Coley would have his, I would have mine. Ever since something popped up on my phone earlier this morning about when I took the job, what will allow me to give me the best chance of winning the 2024 World Cup. I said to Miles this morning, it started from way back in June, when PM Motley spoke so much about the data. And me being a coach now, I have understood the importance of the data. And
we know you're going to win the World Cup. I don't want to talk about that.
No, but I'm not talking about that.
Okay.
I'm talking about the structures as to the planning and what is required for us to be successful. Data becomes very important. Facilities, having proper facilities. If we're asking our players to perform at a different level, the avenue for them to perform, the facilities, the pitches, have to encourage that type of stroke play. I heard the PM from Guyana spoke about our brand. What is our brand? We've always entertained throughout. We are loved still around the world because of what Sir Gary and Sir Clive Lloyd and all these guys did before. And we have to continue that brand. How are we going to do that? And that's the discussions we are having to put out a brand of cricket. Firstly, that's entertaining. Firstly, entertainment brings sponsors. The brand is good. Sponsors want to associate with something that's great. And again, is putting the measures in place. And that's all I'm concerned about.
All right, hold on. As you mentioned sponsors automatically. Mr. Bazarat, I know recently you mentioned lack of sponsorship. How is that going to affect Trinidad and Tobago cricket? And you mentioned there are reasons, obviously, for that. What is being done by Trinidad and Tobago Cricket Board so that sponsorship could resume?
Well, you will have heard this morning that Mr. Russell indicated that TKR is sponsoring our T20 club tournament, which starts this evening, 3 o'clock at the Queen's Park Oval. In anything, sponsorship is very important, and we feel that if we do the right thing, sponsors are going to come on board, and we just have to continue sending proposals, meeting with people, and letting sponsors know the benefits of supporting the initiatives of the board.
But right now, how can you get around all the problems that you have in the cricket board?
Well, we just have to be open and transparent with whatever we do, and not only the cricket board, but any entity. So long as you could stand the scrutiny, I think we're going to get sponsors.
I want to come back to you, Mr. Sammy, before I go to Doc. One of the things about being involved in sport as a young man or a young girl is many of them look for what is in place when they retire. Are you happy with that in terms of what has been put in place for players? Because we talk about youth, but they will want to look at their future.
That's the best question you've asked today, actually. Especially now that I'm retired, there should have a succession plan. You see England do it, you see Australia do it. I remember speaking to some of the guys, you see from one retiring straight they venture in. It's because 2 years in, when you know somebody's going down the hill, the Players Association have these conversations. What are you looking to venture in? What are your interests? And then they start preparing. For us, and that also contributes in our game today, because if you look at all the leagues in the world, it's only our top players that we have developed. But if you look at in the coaching system, West Indies have no representation. So how is it they are using all the other leagues to further develop their players? An Australian will not pick, let's say, use an example, a Romario Shepherd ahead of Estonia's. It will not happen. And again, if we had a proper plan for all these great players we have here, you heard they're not around, but if we had a structure in which that could invite them back into the system, then I'm pretty sure all the great players we have, they'll be coaching all around the world. This now creates other opportunities for our young players, our fringe players in the Caribbean. Oh, I'm coaching over in Sussex. I could bring on Romario Shepherd to come across. So, and that's not only in the continuation of the game, but I learned to eat with a knife and fork right here in Trinidad on a development course, on a development program held by the WICB. Back in the day, Michael C. Prasad and all these guys. So again, the important thing PM Motley said is investing in the development. So I know, first thing I heard, Scotiabank was in charge. They used to have seminars, come and talk to us about money. Because one day you hear struggling to get food, and then another day, like for instance, Shamar Joseph, where he came from, now he's taken the world by storm. We need to have proper structures in place to help further develop that, you know, and I believe conversations with the Players Association and the board could put something in place to help players transitioning after retirement.
Doc, I know that there's a West Indies Players Retires Association.
This one is a big one for me. Itching, Andre, you know, this one is a huge one. I think Johnny Grave knows, Dr. Shallow knows. In 2013, the West Indies Retired Players Foundation was created as a subset of the WIPA. And the intention of the West Indies Retired Players Foundation was to be an autonomous group with accountability and oversight by the board and by WIPA in terms of meeting the needs of these legends. The BCCI gifted the formation of the West Indies Retired Players Foundation $500,000 US, right? The money came across into the accounts of the then WICB, and with the incredible debt that it had was servicing, the money disappeared. We have struggled. We struggled since 2013. I want to report. Thank you, Dr. Shallow. Thank you, Mr. Grave, that this month, the money finally arrived in the account of the Retired Players Foundation under Chairman Patterson Thompson and the board of the Retired Players Foundation, after what Prime Minister Motley said, Andy Roberts and Clive Lloyd talked about a sustainable mentorship program. Everything you just touched on in terms of a sustainable mentorship program to encourage the youths. I think coaching can be done in conjunction with the Retired Players Foundation, with the board, and with WIPA. So my little message to you is that finally we have a Retired Players Foundation that hopefully is for the players, for the retired players, to help the retired players after their playing days, and then they could run it as their own, as an autonomous, with oversight and help from Cricket West Indies. But I know the players could take care of themselves. Given the legacy of our magnificent team of the 70s and 80s, I look forward to the future.
So you got all the money?
We got all the money. A huge chunk of it, 200,000, was taken up in tax by the Indian government.
Yeah, okay.
But we got the rest of the money in the account. So now we're ready to start working.
Professor Warwick, and when you look at this in terms of developing the youth and having things in place for the youth as part of the education, what else can we do to encourage the youth?
Right. One of the things that we as Caribbean people like to do is to tick boxes. So we say we have done this. And we talk about academies. So everybody likes to say they have an academy or a center of excellence. But quite often, it's really not that. What really is an academy? Again, I go back to the term holistic. It's an holistic environment where you're focusing on cricket, where you're focusing on the youngsters' education, where you're focusing on their financial health, their leadership, and so forth. So I think we need to put in place in the region academies that start as early as the primary school into secondary going forward. One of the groups that I am worried about in the Caribbean, it's those who leave secondary school and go into college before they're at the university. We know we have a team called the CCC, and the way in which you select that team, to me, is not really the best way, because you don't see like an interregional collegiate competition. You select that team based on what somebody says, this is a good youngster from the college. In fact, there are cases where people enroll just for a short period, just to be part of that team. I think one of the things that we can think about seriously doing is having a regional intercollegiate tournament. And the last thing that maybe I should focus on is the whole notion of mentorship. Our young people need to be mentored. And again, this is where the legends come in and other persons who can be mentors. But I have to hasten to say that mentorship is a serious thing, especially with these youngsters who quite often cannot connect. Just think about your families. You have children in your house who quite often believe they already know more than you. So it's not easy to connect with them. So that I always say, if you're going to implement a mentorship program, that it is important to train the mentors. You know, otherwise, you're going to get youngsters who just pretty much harden their ears and do not pay much attention. So yes, we need to have a mentorship program that include those persons who have played the game, who have been great at the game, and others, because mentors do not only need to come from that group, but please put the training program in place to make sure that they can do what we ask of them.
Mr. Lewis, as we come to the end here, from your perspective, I remember you were telling us that at the under 10 level and the under 15 level, and we heard from Mr. Bascom that West Indies Cricket West Indies Cricket has no program in place for that. How critical is that?
Well, it's critical. Like I mentioned in my opening comment, because it's foundational, and so that's very critical. But you know, it's rebuildable. We know what has gone wrong. We have seen the consequences of not having it, and so it's up to us as the leaders, as a collective group, to ensure that we do something about it.
But do we have the will to do that?
Oh, that's it. I believe that there's a will, and as the saying goes, and the adage goes, where there's a will, there's a way. We need to lead because we're leaders, right? We can't sit back and expect the youths to all of a sudden assume these positions without guidance from us. And that's what we need to put. We need to put facilities, we need to put systems, we need to put processes in place that will facilitate their growth in terms of getting to where we want them to be. And so I believe that with the will and with the support, this conference is an indication that there is the will. And so I'm expecting that coming out of this, that we need to spread the message to those young people that there is a will. And not only spread the message, but demonstrate in a tangible way that there is a will and there's a process to get into where you want to get to.
All right, there'll be no question and answers for this segment, I've been told. So as we go, I'm going to leave you with the final word, Darren Sammy, in terms of what do you tell the people in Trinidad and Tobago, the Honorable Minister of Sport and Community Development. We have I Choose Sport, which is going out to all of everybody in Trinidad and Tobago, all these schools. What do you tell the people of Trinidad and Tobago and the people listening as we look ahead to the World Cup?
Well, it's an event that's it's of the grandest of stage, and we are, as the Caribbean people, it's an opportunity both for us as a cricketing nation on what happens on the field, and also for the economic benefit for our Caribbean. My job, more or less, is to make sure my team is prepared well, which I think with the circumstances in front of us, we've done that. We have an A-team tour in Nepal right now. But it's an opportunity for us to showcase. And with this symposium here, followed by the World Cup, the the way West Indies will play, it could be a nice vehicle galvanizing for us to enforce all those changes by the success of West Indies cricket team. And less talk, more action. That's what I think everybody wants. And that's what my job is about, and that's what I'm going to try to get my guys to do. More action, less talking.
Thank you very much, Dr. Keith Christopher Growley, for inviting all of us here, and thank all of you as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Andre, and thank you to the panel. If you make your way off to your left, they will facilitate the removal of your microphones. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd kindly ask on Mr. Brian Davis, Dr. Shallow, and Sir Joel Garner, if at this time you can make your way across to the technical area to facilitate receipt of your microphones. We'll facilitate other members of the upcoming panel in just a short while. Our thanks to all who participated in the discussion on youth and school programming and education. We have a brief 10-minute break at this time, and on return in the next 10 minutes is the session number 7, examination and deliberation of presentations and reports, with Jamal Slocum moderating, Prime Minister Rowley, Prime Minister Motley, and Mr. Davis, Dr. Shallow, and Sir Joel Garner. We'll see you in a few minutes. Thank you. will consist of Dr. John and Chair of the CARICOM Prime Ministerial Subcommittee on Cricket, the Honourable Mia Mottley, Prime Minister of Barbados, Mr. Brian Davis, cricket legend, Dr. Kishore Shallow, President of CWI, and Sir Joel Garner, cricket... Joel Garner, cricket legend. I'm always very cautious when they start adding handles on a program. Thank you very much, Mr. Garner. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Jamal and the discussion. All yours.
Good morning once again. This isn't no time for playing. The fool nor making no sport. This is cricket. Words of Kamal Brathwaite from the poem Rights. We're going to get straight to the point. It's been 2 great days, and we just want to hit the nail on the head now. It's going to be somewhat of a SWOT analysis, but we want to focus the discussions on the recommendations coming out. What are our strengths? What are our weaknesses? What are the opportunities that are before us? And what are the threats to cricket West Indies, or should I say West Indies cricket? Prime Minister Rowley, first time on the panel for the last 2 days. We want to hear from you first. Based on what has been discussed these last 2 days, we heard the recommendation from Brian Lara. We heard the recommendation as well from Enoch Lewis and Darren Sammy, speaking specifically to getting, or improving rather, the standard of cricket in the primary as well as the club cricket levels. What can the governments of the Caribbean do to address this specifically?
Well, I like this. I usually shy away from ascribing a role to government because that has some inherent dangers. But if we look at our challenge in the context of our strengths, weaknesses, opportunities and threats, I think that would be a little more useful in identifying specific assignments for stakeholders. Okay. I would think that the major strength of West Indies cricket is its foundation, its legacy foundation. We do have a strong foundation. We cannot be viewed as, or should not view ourselves as strangers in this paradise. And the other strength that we have is that the general acceptance of this sport as part of our heritage is something that has great value in building the fan base that CPL made reference to this morning. If we do things right and acceptably, that is a strength. And we have been seeing one of the weaknesses that we don't have corporate support. Okay? We do have a small corporate base in the Caribbean as compared to worldwide. But nobody going to put their money into a sport or in any place as part of their public relations expenditure if they're not sure that the money would be spent on what they want to spend for, or if the thing is not a positive overall exercise that they want to associate with. And so we're going to be very careful with that. I mean, stories about fraud in local bodies and accounts, those kind of stories are a no-no for attracting sponsorship. And of course, underperforming on the field is also. Everybody likes a winner. I want to be associated with it. Threats, I think the biggest threat that I could see, again, came out in some of the conversations, the need to take care of the nursery, the early day youngsters, the school program, the attention to reversing the decline in club cricket. Okay. And in terms of opportunities, I would say that the world is now our oyster. The question is, can we overcome the current to get involved in world cricket in a way that we are not only a passenger, but a real contributor and a beneficiary of the largesse that is now in cricket, because television has brought the world into cricket as contributors. What Cade spoke about here today, about this revenue that can come from persons who gamble. Well, very many people around the world take part in punting or one kind or the other. And there's money to be made out there. And we have to put ourselves in the position to participate. So we have a lot going for us. We have hurdles in the way. And the final threat is resistance to change. If after this conference, the outcome is a resistance to change and we just leave it the way it is, because there will be voices and interests that will say what is happening now is all right, what is happening now is good, what is happening now is answering all the questions. That is the biggest danger. We have to make some significant changes. What those changes are, we have to agree upon them. And to come back to your question as to what CARICOM or what governments can do, governments can be facilitators, but we're not going to be the prescribers and the managers of West Indies cricket. Right?
Sure.
Hope I didn't confuse you.
No, certainly you haven't. Certainly you haven't. But based on your comment of the threat, we recognize that at the nursery level, the stage where we traditionally incubate the talent from the primary level and at the club level, I want to come across to you, Mr. Garner, specifically to speak about the role of the legends. We recognize that there is the West Indies Retired Players Foundation. We also recognize that Sir Clive Lloyd mentioned yesterday as well that there needs to be some form of a mentorship, and Prime Minister Motley would have suggested that. How can you see this working, and what will be your recommendations in this regard?
I can see it working in more ways than one. Let me say to you that I watch a lot of youth cricket or junior cricket in Barbados. Our cricket is strong at junior level. Irrespective of whatever people might say or might think, our cricket is very, very, very strong up to under 19. I just want to change gears with you for a minute. And I think that where we missed out is, or we are missing out is that from the time those fellas get 19, 18, 19, we lose them somewhere along the way, and then maybe one or two will come back into the game. For the last 30 years, West Indies cricket was the whipping horse for everybody in the region, if you like it or not. And I think that what is happening is, or what has happened is, rather than looking at the cricket in a positive way, we have been turning away a lot of those people from playing the cricket by giving them the wrong message. That's why I tell you I want to change gears. For me, I will go back to the schools, I will go back to the clubs, I will go back on the radio, I will sell cricket again to the whole population and the whole region. This is the only way that we can really get back what we've lost, is by saying, okay, we had a bad run. Let us sell cricket. Let me say to you, Jamal, cricket is the best job I've ever had. I've gone all around the world free, and I had fun representing the West Indies. I don't think I'll ever get another job like this. I was a civil servant after, but this is the best job. Cricket is the best job I've ever had. So for me, when I talk to the youngsters, I keep saying to them, hey, people talk about football and basketball and everything. I say, we had 360 test cricketers or more. How many professional footballers you had around the region? Maybe 10 in all the islands. How many basketballers? 3. So for me, I look at it differently. I look at it as an opportunity. So I said, let us get back to selling cricket to all the people around us. It is the only thing that keeps us together. Excuse me. It's the only thing that makes us strong. And it's the only thing that will always keep us together. So that to me is get the elephant out the room, get all the different things that you got, let us get back on track. I don't want to deal with the negatives. Let me just look positive. And I will hope that after this, we can take all of the good parts or all the good things that were said about this conference and put them into West Indies cricket and take us forward. Now, I use another analogy. I had a foot problem. I had a knee problem. I didn't go for a shoemaker. I went for a surgeon. And I'm saying is that if you, not saying that people who don't play cricket or who haven't played cricket at the highest level can't play or won't be able to play, but I'm saying is that, what I'm saying is that we have a part to play. And I think that given the opportunity, any one of the fellas who played with me or after me who is still around will do it. If you go to our cricket, we have most of the fellas who play for the West Indies who are still involved in National Sports Council in Barbados and in schools cricket. So there's no disconnect. My only thing is that I think that because we've been beating cricket for the last 30 years, let us put all of those things behind us and look at a new dispensation and deal with the issue at hand.
Prime Minister Motley, I want to come to you on the point of selling cricket. We heard yesterday in one of the very first comments, I believe at table number 17, the gentleman is still there, the educator who spoke about cricket education in schools. Dr. Warrican from the University of West Indies mentioned it again today. What can we do to really get our young people appreciating the impact of our legends, what cricket means to the West Indies? What can we do that is quite tangible for the young generation?
We just need to do it. The reality is that getting CXC to include history of West Indies cricket as part of the syllabus is too easy. And at the end of the day, if I'm doing English literature, why am I not reading beyond the boundary? If I am doing mathematics, why am I not using precepts and principles and content that is brought from West Indies cricket? With respect to the primary schools, Joel made the point, we have a reasonably strong primary school program. We have the Herman Griffith tournament. It was disrupted during COVID, and the clubs were disrupted. And I think that I've gotten a greater sensitivity. Last year's budget, we put $1 million for all clubs, not just cricket, because we understood that the clubs needed support because they had no revenue coming in for 2-3 years because of COVID. I'm leaving this meeting with even a greater sensitivity to things and interventions that we have to make to further expand the base, Joel, in the primary school system. The cost of gear is ridiculous. And I said to Johnny Gray, why aren't we pooling procurement to be able to reduce the individual costs of gear across the region? Because tell me how many households can afford $500 in gear. Can't work. And therefore, I'm certainly going to use the Arts and Sports Promotion Fund in Barbados. I've told the BCA secretary that please let us get a proposal to make sure that those who really are interested, that we are there for them. But gear is one thing. The mentorship, I go back to it. Mentorship is key for us fighting crime. Mentorship is key for us building productive citizens. Mentorship is key for us building the best cricketers and sports people that we can have. And therefore, I feel that we have to have a more structured relationship. And if the governments have to work with the different associations to make that happen, let us make it happen. When I saw Michael Holden yesterday's presentation, it went to my core. And I really believe that you can't have what we have, which is a legacy that is as tremendous as we have, and not build on it as one of the primary development tools of the region. And Keith, I really want to salute you and thank you for bringing us here, because I believe that this gives us an opportunity to be able to focus on people development fundamentally before focusing on cricket, before focusing on the export potential. I do want at some point to come back and talk about the business before this finishes, because I feel very strongly about Michael's point about cash to care, and I know that it is possible, but we need proper negotiators, we need proper structures in place. We are going to put money in terms of young people. The center that and the indoor center should not be limited only to the older players. I'm going to go back to UWI. I felt that it was a regressive move to take the High Performance Center from Barbados. You don't take a center away, you add to it. And that is what we need to be doing rather than taking it. But the government will do what we have to do to be able to support it. And the last point I want to make, look at Jamaica, look at Barbados. Owen Arthur used to make this point all the time, and God bless his soul, I'm going to make it for him. Barbados has a history of administration in cricket that goes back a century. It is strong. The Barbados Cricket League is a critical part of our success, Charlie, in the cricket of Barbados. That is why I've argued that don't only concentrate on schoolboy or schoolgirl cricket. They need the mentorship in the communities because a lot of children are coming from homes that are split. A lot of children need other kinds of support. And when you're in a club, what do? It takes a village to raise a child. And let us look at Jamaica. Jamaica has a century of excellence in administration in athletics. We have the evidence before us. And therefore, when you have that ecosystem there to support you, I think you're going to get back the results. I look at the Queen's Park Cricket Club here, everything I hear, same kind of ethos that I talk about in Barbados with respect to the administration. So I really do hope that this moment will allow us to go. Keith, I'm a little nervous that this whole thing is going to collapse when we leave here, because people will go back into their comfort zones and the territorial cricket boards will keep territory and the West Indies Cricket Board will keep the governance report on the table. It cannot work. This meeting must agree to a follow-up meeting to deal with the fundamental issue of the conflict that was made yesterday by the former head of the Players Association, the fundamental conflict between the structure of the territorial boards and the structure of where we need to carry the governance of West Indies cricket. And if we don't deal with that elephant in the room, I fear that this meeting will come to naught and that we will have a lot of tears on the ground again. The example that I leave us with is not a cricketing example. West Indies, Sea Island cotton is among the best, if not the best, in the world. The problem is that it has been strangled by a governance structure that was settled, I believe, in the 1930s, that has it, WISICA, West Indies Sea Island Cotton Association, as a non-governmental association that has no capacity to gain profit. So nobody comes to work any day to make the product a viable product. Similarly, until West Indies cricket can separate itself between a commercial arm and a strong development arm, we're going to continue to have conflict and territorial fights and island rivalry and all of the things that run counter to us putting our energies into one pool. And I therefore hope, Keith, that we can set a time frame for the engagement. It is going to need maybe some facilitation, maybe not. So I end there. I'll come back on, if there's time, on how I feel we should be dealing with CPL and the others going forward.
Well, President Shallow, Prime Minister Motley spoke about the same thing remaining. How can we change the status quo? What are the tangible things? And I beg to ask you for some specific points of how we think that we can address some of the challenges, and I should say the next steps forward.
Yeah, thanks, Jamal. And again, I don't know if I'm going to get another opportunity before the day ends. So I just want to again thank Prime Minister Rowley for facilitating and hosting this symposium, and to thank everyone for their participation. It has been a fantastic couple of days discussing West Indies cricket, and I'm quite confident that we're going to see some fruits out of these long hours. We have heard challenges. I believe that we'll be, and being quite frank, we'll be foolish to continue ignoring these challenges that we have heard for decades, right? But I want to say that we have to look at our holistic development if we are talking about sustained success for West Indies cricket, right? And when Robert Washington was up earlier, he spoke about, and he's a corporate attorney established in the US and other places, he spoke of the need for strong governance. And I do agree with that 100%. I also agree with him when he spoke of you need finance to make your system work, to make your company successful, right? And in our case, we have to continue developing our cricketers, which means we must have a very strong cricket landscape at the bottom, right? So I spoke to a couple of persons before, and we heard of, lack of school cricket. Club system is very poor, at best subpar. We cannot afford to just focus on one area of cricket administration, right? And yes, I admit it is quite easy at times, and I must say this, and we have remained silent on this matter for the 2 days that we have been here. Probably one of the only things missed is the fact that they're almost setting targets, right? The territorial boards. But we have to remember that these people at the territorial boards are volunteers. How can we support them to implement these systems that we need? Because we spoke about it, we have heard it. That is where players are being produced. And yes, Cricket West Indies is going to continue supporting them as best as we could. But we have to do that at a national level as well, right? And until we put these systems in place nationally, where we could strengthen the grassroots program, strengthen the administrators, how can we incentivize young professionals to get into local cricket administration? Currently, the issue is that we have persons who, probably retired, or some persons probably unemployed and offering the time. But if you're a real professional, it is very difficult to commit your time because it is difficult, it is time consuming, and you have to make sacrifices, right? So while we hear about the need for improvement at the territorial board level and throughout the entire system, spare thought that we also have to lend support to these people, right? And I believe if we address the issue at the national level, right, while we find resources in the suggestion there, and Prime Minister Martin and I have spoken about it, and I think a lot, hopefully at the end of the symposium, we all agree that we definitely need a commercial arm to be self-sustainable at Cricket West Indies level. So if we improve that, we improve our cricket system through Miles and his team and so on, and then we accept that we need to look at ways of improving our governance.
President Shallow, on that point, governance, governance, governance. It has been the discussion from time immemorial. What can happen coming from this meeting, this conference, specifically on governance? What can we do? What should be the next steps?
Well, when I said that there's an appetite, right, the raw facts are there that we address, and we have consulted with experts in the area of corporate governance who have said to us that we have countless reports over the years. And you have to be sensitive, right, about these different factors. And what we would advise is to adapt these changes in an incremental way, right? You start by picking the low-hanging fruits, right? And then you over a period of time, you implement them. They all eventually have to be implemented, and there must be a time frame, one that is responsible and sensitive to, all involved, all stakeholders. And I think it is a case now where we have had, in some cases, where the entire board has voted for changes, and there are a couple who still have their reservations. We have to sensitize them, and I'm very confident that leaving here, some of them are in this room who had reservations, that they would have heard from PM Motley, they would have heard from PM Rowley, President Ali and others, that we need to embrace change, and it's as simple as that. So we expect coming out of this forum, right, I would suggest a meeting sooner than later with the Prime Ministerial Subcommittee for Cricket, PM Rowley as chair, with maybe the regional presidents, and we agree to embrace and adopt these changes, right? And there are a few other suggestions that I have, but I don't want to, and I see the clock ticking.
That's fine.
Jamal. So, but we have to embrace everything that persons have said in this forum, right? And adopt these changes swiftly and hold each other accountable.
Prime Minister Rowley, you want to make a comment?
Thank you. Let me just say something here, because this event didn't come about accidentally. And I'm very happy to hear what this president is saying, and I intend to hold him to it. I went out of my way to make sure that former Prime Minister Keith Mitchell is here, because I had the experience before of being on this committee while Prime Minister Keith Mitchell was the chairman. And many of the issues that were aggregated here in the last 48 hours were in front of us at a meeting with Cricket West Indies. And the approach of Cricket West Indies, that institution, was we are Cricket West Indies Inc. Olia, meaning the political directorate of the division, job is to make sure that school cricket produce cricketers, and when they get to the level of being utilized in the professional realm, we will then use them as Cricket West Indies Inc. thinks. That has been the approach. I was so offended by the arrogance and the dismissive behavior of Cricket West Indies that I started to research this matter. And I spent the last 4 years being able to come here as Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago, representing CARICOM's Committee on Cricket, to bring this about. And be under no illusion that when we leave here, nothing ain't gonna happen. Something is going to happen.
Excellent.
Because a certain amount of insularity at the level of management, and I'm talking about players now, and arrogance and dishonesty has plagued West Indies cricket over the years and has been a contributor to our decline. What needs to happen is a proper legislative pathway out of these problems so that all the regional territorial boards, you call them, they will have to have a pathway agreed upon and a template where all of us know where we're going, what is acceptable and what is not. You look at sport in the United States, where I think is one of the best arrangements you can look at, whether it's basketball, whether it's baseball, whether it's football. Coming out of schools as an arrangement, which is heavily operated by parents in the program. Then you go to college. When you're in college, you can't just get up in the college and become something because you show talent. There's a structure into which you go. It is legal, it is enforced, and it has a future, and it has consequences. And it goes all the way to the few millionaires at the night of the selection of the draft, like happened last night with NHL. So we need to have that structure in place. And there are too many excuses to preserve the failing status quo. And you've been inviting CARICOM and the governments to do this and to do that. The one thing the governments can do, in fact, there are two things the government can do. One is to use the legislative arm of government to legislate a structure, which we all have to agree upon, cooperate and agree upon that. That is where the governance change can come. And secondly, it appears as though the bulk of the structures, the infrastructure in the region for the game are under state control. And that gives the government and the state input some presence at the table. And I intend to report back to CARICOM what has happened here, what we have done, and the heads of government will decide then what the next step of CARICOM is. And I trust that there'll be an engagement between CARICOM and Cricket West Indies towards bringing about this change, and the appetite that you speak about, that appetite has to be reflected in a willingness to bring about the modernization of a governance structure for cricket in the Caribbean. That's what I think.
Thank you. Prime Minister Rowley, I just want to note as well, just for the avoidance of doubt, that Prime Minister Keith Mitchell, former Prime Minister Keith Mitchell, has been retained. He's actually the chair of the Stakeholders Committee of Cricket West Indies presently. I want to go to you, Mr. Davis. Can you tell us very, very shortly, and I know this is your first opportunity to address the conference, can you tell us from your perspective as a cricket luminary as well, not only a legend, what are some of the opportunities that can come out of this conference? Where do you think we need to go from here?
First of all, good day, everyone. I am very privileged to be in the presence of Prime Minister Rowley and Prime Minister Motley. Thank you for having me here. Yes, I think that we have a lot of unhappiness in cricket in the West Indies, which everyone knows, and that's why we are gathered here. And how do we make youngsters happy? The first thing we have to concentrate on now is our West Indies team that's going to play in this World Cup. We have to start at the top. We have to start there, we have to perform well, we have to get youngsters interested and happy to see their team performing and performing well. We have to move that way. Eventually, we have to get a system, a structure. This is the word bandied about right through this conference. But we need to get that structure where we start with teachers at schools, or the selection of particular teachers, or people who love the game of cricket. And then every school, which even at lunchtime, they play some cricket, a bat and ball or whatever it is. I remember at Belmont Intermediate when I was a boy, they had a school match every lunchtime. They played there. When you went to college later on, you went out and you went to the grounds and you played in the afternoon. And this thing about university education and go on and so on, we have Derek Murray here who went to Cambridge and so on while he was playing for the West Indies. You know, and I've had people come to me for advice about their sons and asking me about their sons. One of them right now is playing for the West Indies. And asked me, said, he's 20 years old. He wants to play cricket. This is parents. But we feel that he should be going to university. You know, he's going to, what do we do? I said, give him 2 or 3 years. Let him enjoy what he's enjoying, which is cricket. Let him love it. Let him play. And at that time, he can still go to university. Afterwards, we feel, boy, that is too tough. I can't make that. But he made it in the West Indies team. We have people like Frank Worrell, who went to Manchester University and got a degree. We have cricketers I have met in India, throughout India, who are university graduates playing Test cricket. So those parts of the action I see as developing study and cricket together. I'm not straight from your point, but this is what I wanted to get out of my system, that it can be combined, the study, not because, all right, he's a bright boy, we forget about him. No, they can still play and they can still study.
Thank you so very much. I know that one of the talking points has been, that has set the tone for the entire conference, has been we need cash secure. And in the last few minutes, I want to ask you, Prime Minister Motley, specific to the CPL contract, as well as specific to Cage, what do you believe can be the next steps in those regards?
Well, let me start by saying that I can't practice law anymore as a Prime Minister. But having established that caveat, I think there are 2 points I want to make. What is needed is the building of trust. And I said this to CPL rep, I'm saying it to the conference. A contract that was shrouded in secrecy can only be cured by oxygen and light. And I'm glad to hear that they are prepared to discuss aspects of the contract. I think that that is the right spirit. I think that there's a possibility for a win-win. And the win-win comes in carrying that transparency to its logical conclusion. Keith, you know exactly what I mean, an open book contract. And you can have a formula that leaves the amounts that are there, but you also add or X% of revenue. Now, if it is going to be revenue, it is obviously going to be a lesser percentage of what it would be of profit. And you can add to that whichever is higher, so that they know that in a worst case scenario, what is the status quo remains, but equally, the West Indies cricket is in a position to get the upside of the contract if there is revenue coming. And I say so because one of the things that appalled me with the contract as well is the stated amounts when we have no concept of knowing the inflationary value of what is going to happen with inflation over the 40-year period. To say that we will get 5 million between 2053 and 2062, when we don't even know what 5 million US is going to be worth then, or we don't even know if the US dollar is going to be the reserve currency of the world. Let's get real. We live in a world with serious instability. And as a lawyer, lawyers know how to craft formulae that can give everybody a win-win. And I hope that coming out of this conference, therefore, given the willingness expressed by CPL to speak, and given the need for trust to be built, the quickest way to trust, open the books, agree on the rate of return, let's go, win-win for everybody. And have the formula allowing the existing amounts to remain as the base, because they're happy with that base. And we have that base as a matter of obligation. Secondly, it relates to T20 men's cricket. If you want to also discuss other things, that is in the context of the discussions, Kishore, that you all can carry out with them. Thirdly, Keith, you keep talking and everybody keeps talking about television rights. You're absolutely correct. Part of the difficulty that we have is that we don't have a sufficiently large base, but we have a huge diaspora. What do we do to excite the diaspora to follow West Indies cricket? And if you take control of Canada and the US, you take control of Latin America, you take control of Africa. But for that to happen, people have to come to work every day. And it just means outsourcing it rather than believing that everything has to be done internal to Cricket West Indies. And that's why I feel that the commercial arm must be in the business also of mobilizing the umpires, mobilizing the groundsmen, mobilizing the players, not just at national level, but helping to place all of these people as part and parcel of a commercial construct for a percentage of what they are capable of earning when we put West Indies brand to open doors for them in Canada, US, South America, and Africa. And then gaming. Gaming is bigger than TV. We were just talking, was it Joel who said that you can't even get sometimes your children to listen to you and how you deal with them? You ever watch what children into? No, everybody come up here and complain that the children in this. It is the biggest money earner. Video games, all kinds of games, gaming electronically, and for us not to get ahead of the curve will be to lose it. Now, if we have a proposal, I've said to Mr. Washington, it looks interesting. The only thing is that I'd perhaps like to see a flattening of the revenue, because when does the West Indies most need the revenue? Now, not 10 years from now. So that in order to be able to have the kind of development that we need, because to get the output of the development will take a few years. And therefore you need the investment now, as Michael said yesterday. So I would strongly support it. Not just this, but every way of leveraging and monetizing West Indies cricket. Gordon and Desmond, when I was Minister of Education, you all came to see me. That was in the year 2000. I said to you in that conference room in Constitution Road that you have what nobody can ever take from you. The world's best opening pair. I felt then, with the legends of cricket, and I said then that if you should have been producing coaching videos for little boys and little girls. Girls weren't as much in West Indies cricket at the time, but they are now. So that every parent looking for a birthday gift, looking for a Christmas gift, will say, look, take this and watch it. Because how many West Indies cricket players can tell you that people, when they were children, or how many children in the Caribbean sit and play cricket, go and play cricket and emulate? I am Desmond Haynes, I am Gordon Greenidge, I am Brian Lara, I am Gary Sobers, I am Joel Garner. Children dream to be what you are. And if we can create that environment through gaming, through animation, through all other kinds of things, then the leveraging of that brings money to the legends, but it should bring money to the West Indies Cricket Board as well. And the final one relates to tourism. I'm tired talking, and I'm going to say it again. How the hell do we have the tourism that we have and don't have an integrated approach with cricket? Cruise ships. And I've just put it to the Florida Cruise Ship Association, and will in fact talk to the BCA about it. There should be a T10 game, whether at Kensington Oval, or if not Kensington Oval, at Yorkshire Ground in my constituency, wherever. The point is that cruise ship people should be able to come off and be able to play a game knowing that you have at least 10 of the players out of the two teams, 5 and 5, who are former players or young players, for that matter, but usually former, because they want to know, especially with the home porting with the British, they want to know that they're playing with a Desmond Haynes. Desmond, you can run about a little bit still. Or whoever. Similarly, we need to have a brand, and it should be a regional public company, and I have the exact place for it opposite Kensington Oval. We'll move government procurement department right on the water, but there should be a hotel, I've been saying it, waiting for investors, Legends of the Caribbean. And you have Legends of Barbados, Legends of Trinidad, Legends of Guyana, Legends of St. Lucia, Legends of Antigua, Legends all through. And each one is a hotel, just like Sandals. Everything in the hotel is themed in cricket, from the menus. Look at how you've done a wonderful job theming on these tables here. This region commands 40% of the cruise tourism market. This region has tourism as a mature economic sector. This region will celebrate 100 years in Test cricket in 4 years' time. It is about time that we leverage it in every possible way with an income stream back to both the retired players and legends and also to West Indies cricket players. And for the current ones, the gaming and the other things. If we can do that, brethren, then I believe we can start to turn the corner. And as I said, I'm doing it not just for the love of cricket, but I feel that we need to do it because this is our development path to being global citizens with Caribbean roots. I have never seen anybody ask a sportsman or an artist who is at the top of their game for a work permit. They tell you, come.
Thanks, Prime Minister Motley. Well, we do have some solid recommendations. I'm going to ask the Grim Reaper, as he titled himself, to, because it is the final opportunity for President Shallow to address the conference. I know Prime Minister Rowley has closing remarks. I'll ask 90 seconds for his wrap-up. President Shallow.
Thanks, Jamal. Again, grateful to everyone for their participation in this symposium. I'm hoping this is the first of many. I heard PM Rowley committing to at least every other year, so you could put that in your schedule, I hope. But, you know, what we have identified over the last, day and a half or so are certainly opportunities for improvement, right? And again, it's first accepting those deficiencies we have. We have heard solutions, and I think that we need to be responsible, act in the spirit of true West Indian, wanting to collaborate, but this brand is certainly too great. It means too much to too many persons, not only in the Caribbean, not only West Indians, but globally, for us to let this continue to suffer the way it has suffered for the last 3 decades or so. And I think we have identified that the only way possible of achieving anything close to our potential is by working together. So again, thanks to everyone for their contributions, and I could guarantee you they have not fallen on deaf ears.
Thank you so very much, everyone. Over to you.
Thank you very much. Are we on? Thank you. Thank you very much to Mr. Jamal Slocum and to the panel. Ladies and gentlemen, we kindly ask all on the panel that you'll be making your way to stage left. Prime Ministers Rowley and Motley, please note that you will be escorted immediately after your mics have been removed to the media conference that follows right after this announcement. So stage left, and we will facilitate your movement of your microphones. Ladies and gentlemen, our thanks to the panel once again, please. And as you have heard, for all participants, conference participants here, you remain in this ballroom because we are facilitating, for the purpose of the media, their media conference will take place at this time. And so joining the media conference will be Prime Minister Rowley, the Honourable Mia Motley, Dr. Kishore Shallow, and the Honourable Charles Ramson of Guyana. So we will facilitate your movements across. And once the heads have positioned themselves in the conference room for the media conference, we will bring that feed across here. And once that has concluded, then we'll be preparing for the lunch period before the afternoon session resumes. So that's just to give you an idea of your timing and the manner in which we will conduct our affairs. So in just a short while, we'll be across in the conference room for the media conference. Thank you. Conference this afternoon. We're waiting just for a second for the Honourable Mia Mottley, Prime Minister of Barbados, to make her way to her seat, and once she's in place, we'll commence. And of course, there'll be the opportunity to speak with the head table and to pose your questions accordingly. Thank you. Good afternoon to members of the media. Welcome to the media conference, and to those being able to view the stream as well, we thank you for your participation. At the head table, center is, of course, the chair of this conference and the chair of the CARICOM subcommittee with responsibility for cricket, the Prime Minister of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, Dr. the Honourable Keith Rowley, the Prime Minister of Barbados, the Honourable Mia Mottley, the Minister of Culture, Youth and Sport of the Cooperative Republic of Guyana, the Honorable Charles Remsen, and the President of Cricket West Indies, CWI, Dr. Kishore Shaloo. We say good afternoon to all, and Prime Minister, the microphone is all yours.
Thank you very much, Wendell. Thank you very much, members of the media, regional media, for staying with us for days and coming to this press briefing. I want to begin by thanking my CARICOM colleague, of the Republic of Barbados, for spending so much time with us, and all other participants, particularly President Kishore Shaloo, and representing the Cooperative Republic of Guyana. We have Dr. Hanson here with us. This event is already a success, I will say, because what it really was meant to do was to give an opportunity to CARICOM Caribbean stakeholders in West Indies cricket to express themselves at a forum where those expressions can become part of something to follow up. You in the media would know more than anybody else that there is great agitation and dissatisfaction with the performance of West Indies cricket as something which we used to take a lot of pride in. We went into a bit of a decline, natural decline, when the superstars left the stage. And with each passing year, the population of CARICOM becomes more and more impatient with respect to the turnaround that we expect to happen. We believe that we are good at the game of cricket. We know that we like the game and that it means a lot to us. What we can't understand is why we are not doing better. Every now and then we get a flicker, but the flicker doesn't blaze into a sustained flame. And what we did here is to recognize, not just today, but quite some time, the very fact that there's a subcommittee on cricket on the CARICOM agenda should let you know that at the level of the management of the region, where we manage trade, we manage national security, we manage health, we manage education, we also take on board cricket, not just sport, but specifically cricket. And it's on the agenda, and a number of CARICOM heads have been chairing it. Prime Minister Mitchell was chair for a while, quite some time actually. When I became a Prime Minister, I met that committee functioning, and Prime Minister Mitchell was there working with the various committees and the various reports. And subsequently, Prime Minister Gonzalez took over, and then I've been offered the opportunity after Prime Minister Gonzalez. But for the last few years, at CARICOM, the heads of government were feeling this pressure of wanting to do something about this super delayed turnaround in West Indies cricket. And we've come to the conclusion that we need to confront the elephant in the room. And I think that is what this conference was meant to do. Bring all the stakeholders together so that their facets and their vantage points could be expressed to everybody else. So I think today, after what happened yesterday and what happened today, all stakeholders would know what other people are thinking, what recommendations are coming from what other quarters, how secure or how useful, how facilitatory your area is. And the common thread that pulls it now is that no one facet, no one aspect of this legacy can save itself. We need to have some severe cooperative action to bring about the necessary change. And a lot of the conversation in the last 48 hours had to do with a governance structure which obviously does not appear to be the best for the delivery that we anticipate. We expect that the response to that in some quarters will be, well, change it elsewhere, but don't change it by me. Have someone else do it, but I won't be doing it. That is not going to get us anywhere. So I would want to say to the media, I'm sure you're going to ask what is going to happen after today. What I expect to happen is that we will collate all the ideas and recommendations that came up here. And the subcommittee of CARICOM will meet. We're meeting in Grenada in June. The next meeting of CARICOM is scheduled for June. We are almost into May, so we could say next month. So the next meeting of CARICOM in Grenada will receive a comprehensive report on the state of West Indies cricket with recommendations. I can take the liberty to speak for my colleague here because we have addressed this matter and talk about it all the time. And I would recruit her to work with me on this. Are you on the subcommittee? Well, you're on now. we will work together to produce for the heads of government meeting in June, the outcome of this gathering and collate the recommendations. And then we will seek to have a work program in conjunction with Cricket West Indies to come up with a smaller group of recommendations and can-do and time frames. From where I sit, I believe that it is possible to engage people with contracts and convince them that there are win-wins to be had and that fairness and transparency are requirements. There's tremendous suspicion around the operations of Cricket West Indies cricket, territorial board operations. You have various levels of complaints, various levels of accusation. What we're hoping to get out of all of these efforts is a situation where the vast majority of people who are involved can say, okay, we are all clear what is to happen. We are all clear what our individual roles are. I am clear what my role and responsibilities are. And we go out and do the job in the name of the next generation or the other generations to come, starting with the children who are today in the lowest level of primary school. And of course, those at the top, whether it is the executive of the new governance structure, and for the moment I say Cricket West Indies, or CPL executive or whoever, that they are comfortable, that they are in a world program, and that they are fit for purpose. So basically that's what we're after.
Thank you very much, Keith. I think that you captured it well. This meeting, first and foremost, was to give people the opportunity to speak, to share, and to see where we can find common purpose, and to see where we can build trust, not only among the board and territorial boards and Cricket West Indies, among the former players, the current players, among those in the business community, among the fans, and indeed among the relationships at the business level that Cricket West Indies has developed over the years, and the opportunity for future relationships. I believe that we can leave here comforted that there is not just the will to do it, but we have the makings, as you've just heard from Prime Minister Rowley, of a framework that allows us to be able to see progress. I think the Wavy report was 2020, and by any stretch of the imagination, for a company not to have acted on a report, or a government not to have acted on a report that came 4 years ago, even if it is to reject everything, we need to put it to bed one way or the other, whether it is to accept all, to modify, or to reject all. I believe that there's merit in a lot of it, and the precepts which it honors are precepts that are sacred to all forms of governance. And we therefore should not find ourselves trapped in a 20th century model at a time when the whole structure of the game and the competing forces have changed from traditional test cricket to being able to manage all of the other aspects of the game, particularly T20 and its shortened format to meet the needs of the broadcasting entities. As I said earlier, for me, yes, it is great that this is about cricket, but fundamentally this is about national and regional development. This is about the development of our people at the very time when our youngsters are being threatened with all other kinds of distractions, some wholesome, some not wholesome. And we therefore need to put the structures and the investment in place as a matter of urgency. I don't believe that you can cross a chasm in small steps. And therefore, it means that we need to have that sense of urgency. Why? Because in any event, what we put in needs time to sprout what comes out. And therefore, I hope that from the development end of it, that we can settle on that before the end of the year. I believe that, as you said, the recommendations will come to heads, but I do feel that Cricket West Indies and the territorial boards can start the conversation so that by the time we reach heads, there is clarity as to what they are united upon and what they're still divided upon with respect to the governance aspects. Prime Minister Rowley, you made the point of the importance of governments have very limited roles in these matters. We have the power of legislation, we have the power of development support for infrastructure and programs, and we have the capacity to be able to mentor, but also to be able to facilitate and bring people together, particularly where there are difficulties and obstacles. And we commit to continuing to do that. We commit, however, to equally telling the people of the region, and my dear friend Joel Garner said it best this morning, we have to sell cricket and we have to allow the environment within which our people can win. Winning is the best salesman. I know defeat and I know victory. And victory, not only is it sweeter, but the reality is victory breeds an environment where people want to come and join. Joel said it well this morning. How many Caribbean footballers you know globally? How many Caribbean basketballers you know globally? How many Caribbean lawn tennis people you know globally? And unlike the last couple of generations, this current generation gets paid significantly better in cricket because of the advances of television and gaming and all of those things than their previous generations. When Derek Murray said yesterday that they got £250 in 1975 when they won the World Cup, it was 250. I felt like crying because the pride that every Caribbean person felt, you could never have believed that that pay was as woeful. And you better understand, as Michael Holden said yesterday, why Kerry Packer was such a critical part of changing the course of cricket in this region. We cannot stop, as Brian Lara said this morning, the opportunities for youngsters, but what we must have is so many people performing at optimum levels that you will always be able to get a very good West Indies team irrespective of who is available, because you've got 50 or 60 people who can really compete for that team. And if we can do that, then I believe that we will go further. I make this last point. Tell me how many sports we hold global events in. So we're known globally for cricket, and we host global events. It is a no-brainer. And we have to sell our children from as early as 3 and 4 years old. I have a picture, Easter Sunday, the under-13 tournament in Barbados, St. Catherine's Cricket Club. Many of you may know Matt Fingal as he goes around Kensington. Matt helps lead and manage St. Catherine's Cricket Club in Barbados. And there's a youngster, 4 years old, decked out in his cricket gear and just outside the boundary, and he catching every ball. He is only but one of hundreds still across the region. How do we keep and support the passion of that young 4-year-old to continue to be the best that he can be? and to become a global citizen. As I said just now, and I'll end on this, I do not know of any sportsman or any artist who has reached the top of their craft that is not a global citizen. They are allowed to travel almost everywhere, and people don't humbug them with the thing of work permits. They facilitate them. Even if they have to get a work permit, it is done for them. So we in this region are one of the smallest regions in the world, but we know global excellence. And it is for us now to ensure that, having known it, that we can regain it and sustain it. And that is why we are here today, and we've spent a day and a half of our lives away from other business in order to be able to put the foundation in place. And Prime Minister Rowley, I really want to thank you for being as strident as you have been. I want to thank former Prime Minister Keith Mitchell too, who laid the foundation for a lot of this. I'm sorry that Prime Minister Gonzalez is not here, because he too has a way of contextualizing all of these things. And President Ali sent a 31-minute presentation that truly reflects where the possibilities are for this game to grow. Africa, the Gulf states, North America, and South America, the Caribbean's brand is capable of holding much more of them in those areas. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Prime Minister. Now, as someone with a great understanding and appreciation for all the global issues, to have regional leaders taking the time to come to a symposium, one, to initiate the symposium, and then to find the time and dedicate it to discussing issues, that in itself is testament of how critical West Indies cricket means to them. And as the president of Cricket West Indies now, I feel very privileged to have regional leaders so committed to improving West Indies cricket. And certainly, I mean, there's no option than to optimize the support that I've received, and I'm sure will continue to receive from the Prime Ministers. There are tremendous opportunities there for us to improve, and this is not 5-10 years down the line. I believe that we could have instant improvement of West Indies cricket by adopting some of the solutions offered to us over the last, well, day and a half. Governance, I believe, is sensitive, but I believe that we could advance this as swiftly as possible. As Prime Minister wanted to say, it is urgent. And I am hoping that within 6 weeks, between now and World Cup, at least the end of World Cup, that the Prime Ministerial Subcommittee for Cricket, under your chairmanship, Prime Minister Rowley, that the presidents of the territorial board could be engaged in how we could swiftly adopt these recommendations by the Webby report. And we have had several other reports over the years, but the great thing about the Webby report is that it has reviewed those reports and suggested to us in recent time what is most relevant currently. And I think that the time is now. And again, because I am quite aware of the genuine support from the current leaders, then I have no doubt that we are going to get that over the line. Also, there are other opportunities, because while we fix the governance, as I alluded to earlier, there are other areas for improvement that we cannot delay any further. Our financial situation is fluctuated over a period of time. And in order for us to continue to be a relevant brand globally, because don't be fooled, this brand, as strong as it has been over the years, if we do not take care of it, if we don't address these matters that we have now, that we have failed to address over the last 3 decades or so, it could be far worse than the current state. And so we have to ensure, put a mechanism in place where we are financially sustainable. And the great thing about it is that I'm confident, quite confident, that this could be done without relying too heavily on the resources of the already strapped governments, right? Because we understand there are limited resources. There are limited resources and there are other priorities that governments must address. So Cricket West Indies has to commit and identify those ways of being self-sustainable. We invited Cage, and we have seen their presentation. I think that is a good option to consider. But there are other opportunities. Establishing a commercial arm is one of those. I believe that it is absolutely critical in order for us to optimize the opportunities. And that is something that, in fact, that is something that the board has already approved, and it is just a matter of procuring the expertise. And as Prime Minister Rowley rightly said, sometimes it doesn't have to be management. It doesn't have to be even within the Caribbean, but identify the best, whether consultants or company, that would give us value for our money and ensure that the return on such investment is great and would be beneficial to Cricket West Indies going forward. So we'll definitely embark on accelerate on establishing that commercial arm. We have heard about the need to engage and involve our legends. They are aging, and so we cannot afford to miss the opportunity. And that when all our legends are gone, we realize that we should have really documented and capitalized on their value. And whether it is using them as ambassadors, mentorship, mentors for those mentorship programs in our academies and so on, we have to create a program that even beyond their existence, physical existence or not, that we benefit. So young boys and girls in the future could benefit from them and be inspired by them. And so that is something that I'm hoping at CWI next board meeting we'll be able to establish that. One of the things that registered with me, and I had great insight of this deficiency previously, of course, having been a cricket administrator nationally, is the weak club structure that we do have. We spend a lot of time talking about schools cricket, but the club structure that we have is not conducive to producing world-class cricketers. And if we don't address that urgently, we are going to continue to lag behind and fall behind our competitors globally. And I believe we have to find a way to strengthen our club structure. We have to find ways of incentivizing people for wanting to be involved in club structure. Prime Minister Motley, I don't know if you mind me sharing this idea that you presented to me yesterday about having a regional club championship. I think that is viable, and the intention is to establish a task group immediately to explore how Cricket West Indies could support a club championship, determine the format and all of that. But that is something that I suspect could bear fruit in terms of improving our cricketers and creating that interest at the national level to have more persons playing club cricket again. And I would end by saying that this symposium may be late, but I certainly believe it is timely in that we have these esteemed leaders now who are in full support of helping to advance cricket through collaboration, right? And they have echoed over and over that they are not here to take over West Indies cricket, but to lend support in any way possible. And that, I hope and trust, has inspired confidence, have that the sentiments expressed over the last day and a half have elevated trust amongst our people, especially cricket administrators, so that people are not as territorial as they tend to be at times. And so, from where I sit at Cricket West Indies, this was an opportunity to truly relish. And again, my profound gratitude to you, Prime Minister Rowley, for initiating and hosting this symposium, and for Prime Minister Motley, again, for taking the time to be here. Thanks.
Thank you very much. And I also want to join in, Charles Ramson, Minister of Culture, Youth and Sport from Guyana. I also want to join in thanking Prime Minister, Honorable Prime Minister, for hosting this event. It's been a really revealing type of event, and I want to also establish clearly that some important baselines were committed to during the engagement. First of all, cricket is more important than we can even ever imagine to the West Indies, and we heard that established from all of the stakeholders. We also heard that everyone is committed to advancing the brand, the product, the game, and government has always been and will continue to be a very big investor in the game by continuing to make investments on the infrastructure and the program, the developmental programs that exist throughout, starting with schools and competitions, etc. But it could never be the case that it continues, that government is in the dark, not knowing important information. And what we saw over the conference was the commencement of the piercing of the informational veil. That is an important start. And I also want to commend Dr. Shallow for establishing clearly too his position for CWI, because I don't think, and I don't get the impression that that was the previous position. That would have been the Prime Minister, when he was speaking on his last panel, he spoke about the arrogance that was established, saying that government must take care of what they need to take care of, and CWI will take it from there on. The fact is, the record has shown that we're currently eighth ranked in tests, 10th in ODI, and 7th in T20. This coming from the 1970s, 80s, where the West Indies was the dominant world player, champions in every respect, and has changed the identity for the entire region, supplementing and creating an identity that gave us a lot of meaning of who we are and what we became. So it has been the management of decline. So what was established at the conference was that a recognition that the CWI needs help, needs the support, and that there is an effort in creating a collaborative environment for the changes that are required to be made. The Prime Minister Motley also said that there must be a follow-up meeting, taking us from point A, which is where we are now, to getting us to point B to show how the changes are going to be documented and the commitment to move into implementation for those changes. And the framework established a moment ago by Prime Minister Rowley about the work program. So I'm pleased about what I've heard in the conference. President Ali he's very passionate about cricket, and he has his very clear ideas about what are the important points and how the specific kind of initiatives can help to change fundamentally the future for cricket. And in his presentation, he alluded to some of that yesterday, and he shared with the Honorable Prime Ministers some diagrams with important points, which I'm sure he's going to speak about in the future. But this is something that occupies both his attention and his interest in the same way that it occupies that a lot of people in the West Indies. So I think that from the outcome of this conference, there's been a lot of positives, and now for us to see the real benefit of this is really what happens next. And the commitment is on government side to advance that, but it always takes two to tango. And I believe that we've seen enough in the last day that says that there is a willingness to dance to get us to the point where we all want to see West Indies get back to the top of cricket in the world. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Minister. We will be able to establish some milestones and yardsticks, because the purpose of all of this, first and foremost, is to have the game nurtured, encouraged, supported, but that must reflect itself by you being able to see the game in the Caribbean, in CARICOM, West Indies cricket, the management, the governance structure, the operations, being able, as far as we can reasonably expect, to have the best team on the pitch in all the various categories of the game, including the ladies' game. And if we are successful in what we are setting out to do here, that is where we'll begin to see that. If you're not seeing that, it would mean that we would have changed nothing. But to do that, certain far-reaching changes will have to enter the operations, because we produce people at various age levels as age groups. And then when they get to the top, they appear to be disconnected from the base and from the regional authorities. That has to be improved. There has to be some common understanding there, so that the progress that we intend to see from primary school to secondary school to under 23 to West Indies cricket professionals and West Indies cricket, there has to be symbiosis along the way. I wouldn't say much more on that. Now we open the floor for some questions, and let's see if you have anything to ask any of us. You might be able to answer.
Members of the media, the microphones are on the left and the right.
Please identify yourself as you put your question.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Priya Bihari, AZBnews.com. The Prime Minister spoke, Prime Minister Motley spoke about the Whibley report, but there was also the Pybus report, which was 10 years ago. You have one that is 4 years ago, and West Indies cricket is still in doldrums. That's why we had this symposium. My question, therefore, is, and Prime Minister Rowley, he's adamant that something's going to happen, something's going to take place. But the public has seen this before, West Indies public has heard this before. What makes this one different?
The prize, obviously, you never played the game.
Oh, of course I have.
Because there's a saying in cricket, something had to happen for something to happen, right? Well, something has happened here, and something is going to happen. Because if the president of Cricket West Indies is saying that he's prepared to lead a collaborative and cooperative effort towards managing the game, and the governments of the region saying the same thing, then if that doesn't work, I don't know what will. And my colleague and I here, Prime Minister Motley and my colleague here from Guyana, what we would hope is that all other stakeholders should be willing. That comment about not being able to cross a chasm in short steps, that's what it is. We've got to make some giant leaps. And to do that, you need a tabula rasa in some instances, right? You need a clean sheet of paper. And
disruption.
It's disruption. What is it going to be? and devise a map, right, based on new data, new vision, and new attitude. So we are hoping that enough people have seen that if we don't do that with the best will in the world, we will not progress from the direction that we're going. We have been going downhill steadily, and let me tell you a personal affair of mine right now. Given the explosion of cricket in the world in the last 10 years, and the franchising of cricket that's taking place now, it is not far-fetched to think that the authorities in cricket, and we know who they are, could very soon create, let's say, two categories of cricketing nations, a Premier League and a Division 2, as the case might be. And where do you think West Indies is going to fall? We're going to be outside of the Premier League. And if we don't fix our business at home, we'll be just going down in that second division league too. So there's some threats that are facing us right now. We have the World Cup's coming up in a few weeks. We are sharing the World Cup with the United States. For some people, that's an excitement. For others, it's a dagger aimed at the heart of West Indies cricket. Because given our connection with the United States and their ability to organize sport and the resource base that they have, and the diaspora connection between potential players in the Caribbean islands, who, if they get access to the American game, will walk out as soon as the talent appears. That is not going to help West Indies cricket. If we don't fix our game at home, that will be the final nail in the coffin. So these are the threats that we're facing, and therefore, something has to happen for something good to happen.
CWI and the players, make them able to do what you want them to do, you be champions again. How do we fill that gap, those gaps?
People and institutions have to talk. We just have to get together, we have to talk. For example, after what has happened here in Trinidad in the last yesterday and yesterday, what I anticipate the next move to be is that the regional entities that run the game should pay attention to what has happened here and engage it. Isn't that reasonable? I expect that the presidency of that regional bodies will take note and be a part of the conversation going forward. And more than the conversation, hopefully get the willingness to cooperate and become change agents. Because we are going to Grenada at the governmental level, but we can't expect that what the governments are to do would be the same thing that ought to happen at the territorial board levels. So people have to talk, and institutions have to be ready to receive the disruption and the changes.
I also think that trust is important, and honesty in as building that relationship, because talking is the important step to create this, and that's why I think that this has been a really important step towards that. But that frankness, which we heard during the conference, is honesty, and then being able to build that trust, knowing that we have a similar objective, but also that governments don't want to take over the institution. We understand clearly that there's a delineation in roles, but at the same time, we have an interest. We have to respond to people. Every single citizen of the region wants to see West Indies succeed. We, as national leaders, but in our personal capacity, we want to see West Indies succeed. And if we are unable to respond to as representatives, not having the information, is very critical for us to build trust too. So I think those two ingredients are really important on the way forward, the steps that we're going to take forward, which is honesty, being frank, and building trust.
Good afternoon, members of the head table, Prime Minister Motley. And, I am very interested in the future.
You need to identify where you're from, please. Media.
Kirk Behader from Little Fire Pictures. I make documentary films. And in 2018, I made a film on Joey Carew, the talented Mr. Carew, half-an-hour film, and I couldn't find any footage of him. And all the basketballers, we could see our own cricketers. We talk about it all the time, but you don't see anything on television. I don't know if you all have any plans for that.
One of the issues over the years, right, is though this institution has been established since 1927, thereabout, it took us a number of decades to actually become a professional organization. And so there are tremendous opportunities lost there where that is concerned. Again, it comes back to the recommendation and of establishing that commercial arm, where we have greater control over our images, and those are the players' images, and we have been engaging BPOC West Indies Players Association to see how we could benefit, use those and benefit from them. Pete Russell from CPL this morning mentioned that they're working closely with Cricket West Indies. I think he mentioned that, but if he didn't, I'm confirming that we are working closely with them to establish our own production company. What that does is make these sorts of ventures for small businesses and others in the region to get greater access, affordable access to the images of our players. And I believe there stands to be so many benefits across for different stakeholders, including the players. So yes, those former greats, they would have won $250, $100, I think Prime Minister said, from a World Cup, but they really should have been able to monetize, their legacy now. So it's an opportunity missed, and we cannot afford to have the Nicholas Sporan, the Karen Pollard, and these current crop of players missing such opportunities. And of course, there are benefits in there for Cricket West Indies as well.
Okay, just one other thing. Emancipation Day holiday in Trinidad will be the 100th anniversary of the birth of Sir Frank Worrell. Now, to me, Sir Frank Worrell is the greatest West Indian cricketer who ever lived, if we consider what happens on and off the field. Frank Worrell led an international team of white cricketers in 1951 in India. I mean, that was unheard of in any other sport anywhere in the world. And what he achieved, I mean, he was literally worshipped in Australia, that when we lost the 60-61 series, the West Indies got a ticker tape parade. And when he died in 1967, Queen Elizabeth gave him a memorial service at Westminster Abbey. He's the first cricketer, the first West Indian, and the first black to be given that kind of tribute. And I've been talking to people for this 100th anniversary because I am the founder of the Sir Frank Worrell Memorial Committee. And they just don't get it. These are the people that we have to celebrate and all the things that he did. Just throwing that out there. And thanks everybody for what you all have done. This is fantastic.
I just want to say that you're absolutely correct. Too often in the region we do not celebrate and tell the stories of our people. And because Sir Frank died, when Sir Frank died, he was 2 years old. I happen to, because I'm Barbadian, have a keen interest in his own career, and I believe that we need to do far more to celebrate and contextualize his achievements. But in today's world, there are even youngsters, as I told you, who don't know Sir Gary Sobers. And Sir Gary is a living national hero in Barbados. So we have to confront the fact, and I think it was one of your secondary school teachers yesterday who made the point about integrating the history of West Indies cricket into the curriculum. When I was 10 years old or 11 years old, I had finished reading Michael Manley's History of West Indies Cricket and Muhammad Ali's The Greatest Love of All. And for me, those two things help anchor my love for sports, but also my love for commitment to excellence. And today, regrettably, our children are not reading as much. And since you are a documentary maker and there are other documentary makers in the region, we may have to do far more audiovisual material and also shorts, because 2-3 minutes is what's carrying it in this social media platform. Thank you.
We are alternating in the room just for facilities of the questions. Thank you.
Hi, Prime Minister Rowley. Jelani Beckles, sports reporter, Newsday. Prime Minister Rowley, you had concerns about the lopsidedness of the CPL contract with Cricket West Indies and so on over a 50-year period. What you heard from Pete Russell this morning, are you more satisfied that seems willing to negotiate and renegotiate and talk about that contract and so on? Are you satisfied with what he would have said?
I'm satisfied that the issue is on the table and on the front burner, and that the contract is a little more visible, because one of the problems that we've had, which has been fueling the discomfort over and above the underperformance on the field, is the absence of transparency in the operations of West Indies cricket. And the players say that, and the public say that. And where you don't have the appropriate transparency, all kinds of suspicions arise, allegations are spawned, and trust evaporates. So what we have been hearing were not meeting our requirements, and we are now prepared, I think, from what we've heard in the last day or two, to examine and expose to the public what the details are, so that it can put an end to a lot of the conspiracy theories or the feeling of hurt and wrongdoing, all of that. And going forward, in the new governance structure that we're talking about, a requirement, if it's going to be successful, is greater transparency in the operations of the business. And that has to do with selection of teams, arrangements of programs, hiring of staff. All of these things contribute to a general requirement for revisiting. I'm satisfied that we're going to look at it, and something good is going to come out of that. Just by being able to look at it is already a positive.
Mr. Prime Minister, Ryan Beecher from CNC3 Television. Just to have both CARICOM and Cricket West Indies sit down for this conference is a major leap, given the recent history of the board and sometimes players and other stakeholders. I just wonder, though, given that these things last in cycles. For instance, let me quantify what I mean by that. There's a Cricket West Indies election due, actually today makes it exactly 13 months since President Dr. Kishore Shala was elected. And I believe he has a 2-year term. How do you plan to make this relationship both sustainable and to continue what we've built here in Port of Spain over a long-term period or medium-term period, given that, as you know, you're a politician, elections come, and a new administration comes, there could be a new agenda. And let me just quantify one more time what I mean by that, because you follow cricket more than most people. There have been leadership within Cricket West Indies that has been at odds, or there's been a fractious relationship with maybe CARICOM heads or different stakeholders. If the leadership is to perhaps change in 9 months or 11 months, how confident are you that the relationship forged between Dr. Shallow and CARICOM heads could continue, especially given that these territorial boards have been the center of conversation here and the unwillingness to change the governance structure that you're talking about? Thank you.
Yeah, I think you've put your finger on the problem. And I think one holds out the expectation that the people who profess to be interested in West Indies cricket will understand that we are all trustees of this legacy that's been bequeathed to us by people who were not organized in a business model. And this morning you would have heard from Brian Lara a little vignette of the history of our coming into cricket. So we just have to insist that the trustees of the game have opportunities to be able to trust what passes for the game and the management of the game. That's what we expect. And the structure that exists now is responsible for some of the moribund outcome. And therefore, if we have a common goal, and if we accept that there's a common goal, that goal being the reinvigoration of the game for its survival in the region, then I'm an optimist that eventually good sense will prevail and allow the new model to be spawned, to generate, to evolve, and to bring about the outcome that we want. Otherwise, we would be confining our legacy to the dustbin.
Question for Dr. Shallow, Ken Fuentes, TTT Sports. Over the history of West Indies cricket, one of the problems has been getting the territorial boards to agree to help push the sport forward. Do you see CARICOM playing a role in this venture now? How important role do you see CARICOM playing a role in this venture?
I guess it's a continuation from what Ryan asked there. What has happened in the past, right? And this is my humble opinion on observation, and I somewhat believe shared by Prime Minister Rowley and maybe a couple other regional leaders, is that there have been individuals who have assumed the position that I am in and believe that they are solely the decision makers of West Indies cricket. In other words, in very simple words, West Indies cricket is about them. We cannot afford to have any individual feel as though they're an authority or the sole authority of West Indies cricket. And the strength of Cricket West Indies is actually at the national level, the territorial boards. And every Prime Minister or President has control over their territorial board or the national board. And so despite whoever is there as President of Cricket West Indies, make no mistake, the Prime Ministers and the Presidents, they potentially have influence if they want to exercise such. Now, I think we have to establish a framework where going forward, it must be about this collective, collaborated effort. And once we establish that, and I think we are at the point where the stakeholders, in this case, the two parties, CARICOM and CWI, we have accepted that there are greater potentials working together, right? And just in any other relationship, we understand the mutual benefits. From our side, we know that we need CARICOM. CARICOM, the governments own all the facilities, or most of the facilities. They are in control of the schools programs, right? So we absolutely need them. And similarly,
the social and economic impact of cricket, it is critical to the political leaders of the Caribbean. And so there are mutual benefits that are appreciated, that I suggest, right, or I humbly believe will inform our decisions going forward. And I think with those things established, that framework established, we are going to see more collaboration like this hopefully over a sustained period, which could equate to success going forward as well for West Indies cricket.
Good afternoon, Prime Ministers.
I just want to say that in my opinion, the governments, as I said, have a role to encourage and bring people together where they're not sharing the same perspective. It doesn't mean that we will always be successful. But I think I told you just now that I'm a Jimmy Cliff girl. You have to try and try and try. You'll succeed at last. I cannot believe that any of us will be invested in continued failure when the dominance of the West Indies team, and Ralph Gonzalez, Prime Minister Gonzalez made this point when we met here last year in July, that West Indies cricket team is one of the few teams in global sports to have had the level of dominance that they did. And given that, it is in our interest to recognize that we need to bring the people together and the parties together. And that is why I don't feel that we can wait till July at the heads of government to have the meetings between Cricket West Indies and the territorial boards. I think we also have to recognize, as I said this morning earlier, that we have another example in Wissahickon, West Indies, the Island Cotton Association, where the governance structure is intended to thwart what should otherwise be the objectives of the particular entity. And I think we have to find a way of allowing the territories to have strong programs and strong say, but at the same time recognize that the glory of this thing called West Indies cricket is because it is West Indies cricket, not Jamaica, not Trinidad, not Barbados, not St. Vincent, not Grenada. It is West Indies. And hopefully we can inspire everyone to find common purpose, and we can do so between now and July such that when we go to heads in Grenada, we're in a position then to take off as a singular entity, heads, territorial boards, Cricket West Indies, cricket fans. Thank you.
Prime Ministers, President, CWI President, and of course our Minister from Guyana. Good afternoon to you all. So my question is
Just
really
your
for the
ID,
both
please.
Prime Ministers.
Just your ID, please.
Urvashi Tiwari Rupnarayan from CCN, that's TV6, and the Express newspaper. Given the current investigation, Prime Ministers, into the TTCB, and that will be following allegations of financial impropriety, does that now mean that these territorial boards or these local boards ought to be there ought to be more oversight? The audited financials ought to be seen either by the governments and so on, and that there ought to be some level of sanction and recourse. Thank you.
One objective of this gathering this weekend, you would observe we did not accept and delve into any of the many reports, and we did not go embrace the current reports of elements as you have just mentioned. The main reason being that these are outcomes. The outcomes of a malaise, and we sought to deal with the malaise. And what we're saying in short is that if we fix the governance structure, these outcomes will not be the highlight and the hallmark of the situations. Having allegations of wrongdoing or allegations that wrongdoing have been identified and nothing happened, or that people with ulterior motives are the ones that campaign and win elections, this will be a permanent state of affairs if the current arrangements remain. But if you change the arrangements, which give you a chance to have a different outcome, where your management of your finances, consequences for wrongdoing, because, I mean, governments getting involved is no guarantee of any improvement, because you don't know where you have more allegations of wrongdoing than in government, as you know. So what government is there to ask for is that a system, an acceptable system of operations, be the pathway of those who have responsibility. And once you have that, if from time to time there are shortcomings of any kind, then the proper systems of identifying them in a transparent way for fair enforcement of certain consequences, that is what's going to bring the trust that we're looking for.
I just want to add to that, Keith, and because I'm a lawyer, I perhaps can speak to this easier. In the public sphere, the non-governmental sector operates no different from governments, as you just heard. And I believe that there is legislation that we ought to look at. We're looking at it in Barbados ourselves, that set standards for non-governmental organizations, third sector, civil society. And we need to do that because in many instances they are reaching out to members of the community. The community needs to know that there's accountability, transparency, all of the same things as Keith just said are applied to us as governments. You really need to apply the same principles to the third sector as well. And I think that if we get there, a couple of drafts that we're looking at now, but it's the kind of thing that at a CARICOM level, I know that Alison Drayton was in the room just now, and that CARICOM can perhaps through the Legal Affairs Committee share a common precedent for all of us. So this is not about West Indies cricket, this goes to all third sector and civil society entities for the protection of the public good. Thank you.
Just
I
one more.
I want to add to that too, just to support Prime Minister Motley's point in relation to legislation and to address the question that you raised, which is about oversight. First of all, the oversight is having a system that allows people to have confidence that what is being done in a fair way, with integrity, and that persons who are involved, that they are making the best decisions. I mean, it doesn't mean that you don't make any decision that is not the best decision, but it means that there is a system that exists, and that's how all governmental systems that have been created and that are continuing to evolve. That's how and why it was done in the first place. So what applies for government absolutely has to apply for those organizations, as well as particularly, I should say, an important organization such as this and their territorial boards. And in relation to the legislation, we have already passed our bill since 2013 or so. But the resistance to having that bill first created and then passed and then enforced was an 11-year window of conflict in Guyana, which was only resolved in 2021 when we had our first election after the government had changed and some of the provisions previously were suspended. But that period of 11 years where there was that resistance, the resistance wasn't really to the legislation, but it was resistance to piercing that culture of persons being aware and being satisfied that the decisions being made were the right decisions, and that there wasn't some kind of feeding frenzy on the organization. And that's why since then, you've seen a lot of things start to happen in a much more acceptable way and sensible way for us. So I want to support the point that was made, and I think that that is the way to go when it comes to creating a more permanent form of governance arrangement that will stand the test of time beyond the cycles of elections, which is dealing with the previous question too.
I have to run.
Yes, sir.
But I want to say one thing, because I want to see y'all in Barbados for Cricket World Cup finals. And then those who can't get in the ground, and you know, we've made a lot of noise to get more tickets sold and tickets offline, and we'll continue to do so. But the first act that I did on being sworn in on the 25th of May 2018, when I left Government House to go to what was to be my new office, was to sign a file to provide support for England to play West Indies at Kensington Oval. When the match occurred in 2019, West Indies beat England in 3 days. I want to have a similar outcome with West Indies winning Cricket World Cup 2024. And if we do nothing else at the end of this meeting, I want each of us to pause for the next minute and say a deep, deep prayer to let our men know that they are not only walking out on the field with our love, but with our prayers, and that we will be waiting for them. It's the 29th of June, to be able to not just rally, but to celebrate to the world. It will not mean that we are back, but it will mean that we've started to begin to cultivate the habit of winning on a consistent basis after doing the magnificent job that we did in Australia at the beginning of this year. Let historians record 2024 as the turning point. Thank you.
And let me just end this press conference on borrowing a bit from Winston Churchill, when he said, this is not the beginning of the end, but more end of the beginning. We trust that as we go forward, we can impact on the situation by working collaboratively and disruptively as required. Thank you all very much. I look forward to seeing you again soon.
Thank you, Prime Minister. Thank you, Prime Minister Motley. Thank you, Minister Ramson. And thank you, Dr. Shallow. Ladies and gentlemen, we take a break from here at the Hyatt Regency. The conference continues in just a short while, and we look forward to those who are online returning with us right after this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, great. Thank you very much. All protocols observed. Good afternoon. And a special good afternoon to our cricket legends. It is truly an honor and a humbling experience to stand in front of you today. You are the reason why we are proud to call ourselves West Indians. We are 36 days away from hosting the biggest ICC cricket tournament the world will ever see. 20 teams will play 55 matches in 29 days. And we expect over 1 billion people to watch our games. This is an excellent opportunity for us to not only show the world that we are capable of delivering world-class events. In fact, we have done so 4 other times when we've hosted 4 World Cups, but it's an opportunity for us to show the world our brand of cricket. And by the end of this tournament, the world will agree with us that cricket should be only hosted in the West Indies. Now, through the collaboration with the government, the private sector, and the support from our people in the West Indies, we will accomplish this by putting out an event that we can be proud of. And we will do this by having a world-class facility and an amazing match day experience. But it's also important for us to understand that beyond the field, we need to entertain our fans and our spectators who will be there watching this tournament in the West Indies. So our non-match day experience is equally important. And through our partnerships with the host countries, we will show the world our diverse and unique Caribbean people, our food, our music, our landmarks, our rainforests, and our beaches. Now, I'm going to take you through what are the match day experience for this World Cup. Now, for the ICC matches, at the beginning of every game, they play the anthem ceremonies for the teams that will be playing the matches. We will have, instead of the anthems being played by a pre-recorded song, we will have our steel plans play the anthem ceremony for each of the teams that will be there on match day. We will have our dancers and our cheerleaders. We will have pyrotechnics, coal sparks, CO2s for the venues. For venues that have LED towers, such as Barbados, St. Vincent, and St. Lucia, we will put on LED light shows. We will have drone shows. We will have our cultural characters and musical instruments. And we will have, of course, our DJs who will play music throughout the whole tournament in a 360 degrees surround sound immersive experience. And of course, we will have our party stand, which is unique for us in the West Indies. Now, as I said before, what happens on the match day is only one part of the tournament experience. We will look at what's going to happen beyond the boundary, and those are what we're going to plan for the non-match days. Now, to spread the word, we're going to employ some tournament ambassadors, which includes our cricket legends and other legends in the sport, such as Sir Curtly Ambrose, Sir Vivian Richards, Sir Andy Roberts, and even Usain Bolt, who has come on board as the official tournament ambassador for this tournament. We kicked things off by doing a trophy tour, which started in the USA, with our very own Chris Gayle pulling the switch, lighting the towers at the Empire State Building. We moved on to Jamaica, where the trophy was taken to the Bob Marley Museum, and it was featured by Usain Bolt. We moved on to Barbados, where we had a street parade through Bridgetown, then moved on to Antigua and Barbuda, where we had a similar parade through St. John's. The trophy then moved on to St. Lucia, where own Darren Sammy took the trophy around the island. And also, part of the experience for the tournament too is making sure that everyone can feel part of any match, regardless of where they are. So matches that are not being played in the country will be shown at fan parks across all the 6 host countries in the West Indies. And at the fan parks, you'll be able to watch all the matches live, experience the food for the West Indies and from from that particular country. We will have children activities, we'll have concerts and shows, games, tournament activation, and we'll have legends and guests make appearances. And this will be in every host country for this tournament. On March 2nd, we will launch the tournament song featuring Sean Paul and Kess. And again, we have more activities planned, such as golf days with legends, helicopter tours, bus tours, beach cricket, bus crawls, community and school programs, street parades, and a whole lot more. What I want to share with you now is what the final bit of work that's going in to make sure that we have world-class facilities for this tournament. One of the things we focus a lot on is ensuring that the pitch and outfield preparation meet the expectations for this tournament and for the players who will be here. Now, every single match venue and practice venue did renovations to all the pitch and outfield. And for this tournament, every single one of them will have grass and a playing condition that will meet and surpass the expectations of the players. Now, at Sir Vivian Richards, we're doing the final steps to redo the playing dressing rooms. At Arnoldsville Stadium, we're putting in the LED towers right now and setting up a new party stand area. There's a lot of work being done at Darusami Cricket Stadium. They're finishing off the roofing, and they have just renovated the pitch and outfield at the practice areas. At the Guyana National Stadium, we'll be doing the dressing room right now and doing works in the One Guyana stand. At the Brian Lara Cricket Academy, they've installed 2,000 additional seating. They're doing some renovations to the dressing room, and they're finishing off putting in the replay screen. At Kensington Oval, we're building a triple-decker hospitality area. We're putting in an additional 3,000 seats, and we're putting in LED lights to replace the old ones. Also in Barbados, we're going to establish for the first time a media hub. Now, with 9 venues being hosted across this tournament, which includes the USA as well, it's difficult for the media to travel to each one of the venues. So we've done it for the first time ever, established a media hub where all the media, well, those who wish to participate, can go to this media facility in Barbados and be part of the match. Through this media hub, they will be able to participate in the post-match presentation and feel like they're connected to the match at any venue across the tournament. Now, so far, I just want to give you an update on ticket sales. We have sold 80,000 tickets in the West Indies, which accounts for about 30% of the ticket sales so far. On May 2nd, we will open box offices in all the host countries. We are making available a minimum of 2,000 tickets for each one of the match venues, and we're guaranteed that every person in each island and each country will be able to purchase tickets for any of the matches. And lastly, I just want to talk about the warm-up matches that will be played in Trinidad and Tobago. While May 1 is the start of the tournament, teams will arrive on May 21st for the first warm-up matches. Now, we are playing 8 matches across the Queen's Park Oval and the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. And lastly, I want to thank the governments of the West Indies for their continued participation and continued support of West Indies cricket. To run this tournament is a mammoth task, and it's not a singular effort that Cricket West Indies can do on its own. And without the partnership of the governments of the region, we will not be able to pull off this tournament. And I also want to say before I close, and I want to continue from what my colleague Shilita Rose said, I want to see everybody here everyone in Guyana on May 2nd when West Indies play the first match. I want us to follow the tournament until May 29th, when the West Indies play for the trophy. June 29th, my apologies, when West Indies play for the trophy, and we are declared them champions of the ICC Men's T20 World Cup. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Did very well on time. Thank you very much once again to Fawaz Baksh, World Cup Tournament Director, for giving us the spicy details that we should look forward to. I'll invite Mr. Johnny Grave on stage, CEO of CWI, to share the stage with Fawaz. And moderating for this conversation is Shilita Rose, who is the head of marketing of the ICC T20 World Cup. Shilita, you're welcome to join us on stage for this. There you go. One mic. Okay, so you'll be using the podium, and we'll facilitate a few questions a few thoughts and a few answers in response. All yours.
Thank you. Good afternoon once again. Floor is now open for questions. I can imagine that the room may want to ask some pertinent information for CEO and Tournament Director Fawaz Bash. Do we have any questions? Silence is golden. Well, I'll probably just start off with you, Johnny. Could you just give a bit of update as to where we are from Cricket West Indies in terms of welcoming the teams to the support period and moving into June 2nd when the first ball is bowled in Guyana?
Yeah, firstly, let me personally thank the Honourable Prime Minister Rowley and the Honourable Minister Ransom for their personal support of not just this World Cup, but also the Cricket World Cup that we hosted successfully in 2022 when the Under-19 tournament came here. I think everyone needs to understand that hosting these global events is a huge honour and opportunity, and one that doesn't come around very often. And without the unwavering support of the governments of the region, we simply couldn't do it. And the welcome that the teams will get, the support that we get from the governments and all the various ministries is unprecedented from a global perspective. And I think we should all be very proud when we host these tournaments because we reinforce the brand of West Indies, and that brand is that there's nowhere better to play, nowhere better to watch cricket than here in the Caribbean. In terms of the West Indies preparation, the team are going to be announced next week. We're picking our squad of 15 players, and I'm sure there will be lots of news and stories coming out of that, as there always are. That squad won't convene in full until we get to Jamaica at the end of this month, of May. There is going to be a training camp for those that are not taking part in the Indian Premier League that's going to happen in Antigua on May the 12th. We're going to have a week-long preparation camp before heading to Jamaica to play 3 T20s against South Africa. We're then going to leave Jamaica and come here to Trinidad and Tobago for a week's preparation, including playing at the historic Queen's Park Oval on Thursday, the 30th of May, in an evening fixture against the one of the tournament favourites, Australia. So that will be probably one of the only games in the warm-up schedule that will be ticketed, and we certainly hope that the fans here in Trinidad, and particularly those in Port of Spain, will come out and rally behind the West Indies in that warm-up match, which is the final game that we'll play before we head to Guyana ahead of the opening game on June the 2nd. There are a number of teams coming into the region warming up in St. Vincent, St. Kitts and other countries, which again is great to see. And I think everyone is looking forward to the first match in Dallas on the 1st of June, and for the West Indies perspective, making sure that we have a huge party in Georgetown and get off to a winning start, because we all know that these global tournaments, confidence and momentum is important, and we can think of nothing better than starting with a victory in Guyana and as Fawaz said, ending it in Barbados on the 29th of June with a similar victory.
Thank you, CEO. Just going to turn again for one last chance for any questions from, and I'm seeing no questions. On this note, I personally want to thank the governments, the LOCs, and also the territorial boards and everyone who's playing a part. I think for us it's very important that we get ready for June 2nd when the first ball is bowled, but there's a huge responsibility on us to ensure that we can host world events and that the stadiums are full. So I just want to say welcome you guys to Guyana, and we look forward to hosting the ICC Men's T20 World Cup. Thank you all.
Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you, Chalita, for facilitating, and to both Fawaz and Johnny for the full context. Well, a birdie whispered to me, I don't know where they got this information from, that there was a movie coming up after lunch today. Didn't know that we had a movie on cricket right now for today's presentation, but I do know that the President of the Cooperative Republic of Guyana made an effort to ensure that he could provide a full context to his thoughts and feelings as the chair of CARICOM, and of course to support the hosting of this symposium in Port of Spain, which was so graciously offered by the Honorable Prime Minister, Dr. Rowley. Time would not have allowed us to adjust the way that the schedule was planned for yesterday, given the length of the presentation, but it was an item that, having shared it with the heads, is now possible for us to share with all who are present and those who are viewing online. So without further ado, you can call it the movie from Guyana, but ladies and gentlemen, will you please take a moment to listen in and receive the perspective from the President of the Cooperative Republic of Guyana, His Excellency Irfan Muhammad Ali. Let's watch.
I want to take this opportunity to present our thoughts and perspective from Guyana on the cricketing ecosystem in the region and how we can navigate the present challenges, look at the opportunities, and build a cricketing product and a cricketing ecosystem that will allow cricket to continue to grow in the West Indies and to reposition cricket and what it means and what story cricket tells in the West Indies itself. Now, there are many perspectives that I wish to use to demonstrate the different facets of the cricketing ecosystem that we're talking about today. Now, cricket has changed over the years. The product has changed drastically, and we have to examine critically whether we have adopted enough to meet not where it is today, but to meet the requirements and craft the framework that will allow us to grow with where cricket will be in the next 10 years, 20 years, and 30 years from now. So in examining the ecosystem, I sought to use a cricketing diagram to analyze the different facets of the ecosystem. For example, we have a storm here, rainstorm, and we know that rainstorm can end the game. It can disappoint fans, it can disappoint players, and it can bring an abrupt end to what the game represents. Then we have the sunshine here. We know sunshine is associated with cricket. Sunshine means that you'll have a good day of play. Sunshine means that cricket will play, cricket will survive. And then we have, of course, the outfield and the pitch. If you notice, on the pitch, we have the bouncers. How do we navigate the bounce of the pitch and what constitutes the bounce of the pitch? And then how do we evade the spin? So there will be spins, spinning wicket, bouncing wicket. So how do we, and what constitutes the spin of the wicket? And then defending the wicket. What is needed to defend the wicket to protect cricket? To protect and ensure that our cricketing architecture, our cricketing ecosystem, our cricketing infrastructure that we are building will support the survival and sustainability of cricket. Now, in looking at the ecosystem, you will see here, the storm requires the covers. If you have covers, you have some possibility of play after the storm. If you have covers before the storm, there's greater possibility of play in the game. So how do we redefine the ecosystem of Cricket West Indies? And what is it that we have to cover and protect? The brand. And I will come to that aspect of the presentation. But if we can first start with exactly what we are looking at, that is the ecosystem of Cricket West Indies brand. We cannot build anything if we don't have a critical understanding of what our brand represents, and if we together as a community do not understand the commonality of our brand. Now, Cricket West Indies is different from India, Australia, because Cricket West Indies bring together a number of islands and countries, different culture, different environment, different style, under one banner, that is West Indies cricket. So our brand represents the unification. It's a brand of unification. It's a brand of celebration. It's a brand that has been built on struggle. Cricket in the West Indies has a deep cultural, societal, and political rooting, and we cannot avoid that. That is what defined our brand in the past. So now, as we look at the challenges in the future, we have to now redefine this brand. What are we known for now? Well, we were known for before as a very fierce, fast-bowling team, a very attractive, stylish, attacking batsmen. We were known to be passionate about the game. We were known to be, our players were known to be no-nonsense people. We were known to represent a segment of the global population, and we were known to be a team that was united in what we wanted to do. So our brand was one that supported fast bowling. So as a result of what we were known for, the rest of the cricketing world wanted to ensure that our brand did not succeed. So what they did, they changed the rules of the game against attacking fast bowling, the number of bouncers you could bowl in an over. So that, we did not see it as attacking our brand. But in effect, what that did is that it attacked our brand. How do we ensure that our brand is separate and apart from the rest of what the cricketing world has in it now? So how do we create an environment in which our brand is a fast bowling brand, in which our brand delivers the fastest wicket in the world, in which our brand delivers the fastest bowlers in the world, the most fearsome fast bowling in the world? How do we get our brand to position itself in that? That requires a redefinition of the academy and what our academies support. It requires us to re-examine our pitches. It requires us to retrain our curators. So if we want that to be the brand, then what else constitutes this brand? Because if ecotourism, they come for the freshness of our product, they come for the party, they come for the music, they come for the food, they come for the culture, that has to be a major component of what constitutes Cricket West Indies brand. Now, how do we recreate ourselves? How do we ensure that in building out this brand, we recreate ourselves? That speaks about the type of infrastructure we'll build, this type of academy we'll build to support what we want to be known for, the type of pitches, the type of holistic planning for cricket matches. What type of cricket are we going after? Where we want to position our brand? How can we position that brand? What product exists in the market that we can build on? These are some of the questions that we have to answer in this recreation of brand. Importantly, though, is the question that we always ask ourselves. The fans in the West Indies are passionate about West Indies cricket, but who owns the brand? We see many times the players demonstrate no ownership of the brand. The first chance they get to earn a greater revenue, they will go to that chance. They don't see the passion to play one-day cricket, test cricket for the West Indies. So who owns this brand? How do we create ownership? How do we build ownership in the brand? How do we get back that attachment to the brand and demonstrate in an institutional way ownership to this Cricket West Indies brand? Whether we create a West Indies bond so that we can invest in West Indies cricket, so that we allow the ordinary West Indian a chance to buy into this brand, to own this brand. So as West Indies cricket grow, investors grow, investment grow. And we cannot avoid looking at this question in the entire ecosystem surrounding new modern day cricket. So then we have a look at publicizing the redefined brand, getting ownership and involvement in the redefined brand. Then we have to look at how we protect the brand. Because competition is, once you create this brand, someone will compete against the brand. How do we protect the brand? We have to protect the brand by performance, by investment, by governance. Protect the brand by expansion. Protect the brand by involvement. Protect the brand by expansion of the product itself. And then how do we position the brand? Where do we want to position the brand? Now, this is very important because Cricket West Indies brand can be easily taken away from us by the North American brand now. Cricket in the USA. We have already seen in this ICC World Cup that most of the good matches are going to the more profitable venue. This is a direct threat to the brand. So how are we going to protect this brand? How are we going to expand this brand? I will deal with that a bit later, because we now have to expand Cricket West Indies into Cricket Americas. That now allows us to control and to define our brand beyond the West Indies in an effort to protect our brand and Cricket West Indies. And where do we position the brand? Are we positioning the brand for the West Indies alone? Yes. We own the brand in the West Indies. But what does the brand seek to attract? Who does the brand seek to attract? Where do we market the brand? Where do we position the brand? Where do we want the brand to make the greatest impact? And you just have to look at the viewership and where the money follows the viewership, the money follows the commercialization of cricket. And then we have to create, and this will allow us to create the global ownership. We cannot, we don't have the numbers like other destinations. So how do we bring the international framework, the international ecosystem to ensure that we create global ownership for what we want to build? And why is this important? We see that sports around the world is moving to more towards franchise sporting, whether it's football, cricket now, we see the UAE, we see Saudi Arabia. All of these countries are trying to get into cricket. We see the franchise cricket in T20 in all the countries, and that is taking off. And as franchise cricket grow, less and less bilateral series are being played. So unless players are making themselves available continuously for bilateral series, they may make themselves available for the World Cup, a test match, the World Cup in T20, the World Cup in one day. But on a continuous basis, the challenge comes. So this is addressing the brand, the questions surrounding the brand, and how do we redefine and redevelop the brand. Now, if we go now to look at some of the threats to the creation of the brand, and threat to West Indies cricket now, we have loss of talent to IPL and other international leagues. We see that our main players, our players who can attract fans, our players who can bring excitement, they prefer to play for IPL and other international leagues than West Indies. Of course, this is a result of getting more revenue. This is a result of their own security, life security, economic security, financial security, and we cannot fault the players. But we have to look at this as a threat and plan to see how we can mitigate against this threat. Limited financing. We all know that the financing at the West Indies cricket is not anywhere close to where it should be. We know that the gates have reduced substantially. We know that we went for years without sponsorship, even for the West Indies team. We know that financing in cricket has reduced even at the government levels and state level, so that's a threat. Inadequate facilities and poor governance. Now, limited financing put us at the mercy of other financially viable boards. For example, the Indian Cricket Board, call the shots. And we have to face the reality. So financing is an important aspect. Inadequate facilities and poor governance. Our facilities, we have not added new facility. We have not improved upon the facility. We have not improved upon the governance of cricket, both at Cricket West Indies. Every year, we have months of battle and turmoil within the administration of cricket itself. And that does not allow for the growth and development of cricket. Then we have the extra-regional threats, the growth of cricket in North America, where more revenue can be earned. That directly threaten how many matches will come to us, directly threaten what we will be capable of doing. Because if North America, in the extra-regional cricket equation, decide to develop a league by themselves that will now attract our players, whilst we do nothing to expand our league or build a league system, then it will be not an immediate threat, but a full threat to West Indies cricket. And then we have the declining performance level. We saw what one performance recently by Shamar Joseph did for the entire West Indies. But that tells the story. The story is that our performance has been so warm that one spark allowed us as a region to ignite our interest. Imagine if we can address in a more holistic way, in a more structural way, the low level of performance or the declining level of performance in regional cricket. And we only have to look at, and this has nothing to do with the quality of players. This has to do with the entire ecosystem. That's why I'm speaking about ecosystem here. It has to do about club cricket, from club cricket, school cricket, grassroots cricket. All of those are input factors as to why we have this level of threat. But it's not only about threat. There are opportunities ahead of us. We know that we have talent. If you look at the IPL, some of the most exciting players in the IPL that brings viewership to the IPL are West Indians. We have opportunity with that. So we have these talent. How do we harness the talent? How do we identify the talent? How do we develop the talent? How do we grow the talent? How do we secure the talent? How do we sustain the talent? And how do we finance the talent? Now we have the legends in history. We have enough cricketing legends in the repository to call upon, to bring their expertise, to support the recreation of the brand, to help to redefine the brand, and to use this legendary status, this historical legendary status. How do we do all of that? That is a low-hanging opportunity for us. Then the CPL and WPL. Well, WPL talk about separately. The CPL is the Caribbean Premier League. Let's make no mistake. This is an opportunity for us. How do we ensure that we work with the organizers of CPL? We work with the West Indies Cricket Board in building CPL, making CPL more powerful, giving CPL the legs and wings to expand and fly, giving CPL the political, social, societal backing, the economic backing. This is already a product that we can build off, that we can refine and reshape. This is a product that proves to us that cricket has a viable future in the region. But how do we build this product into something, as I said, that is global, that creates global ownership? Well, we have already done that, because Guyana is launching a product after the CPL to support West Indies cricket. So with the West Indies Cricket Board, with CPL, with all global stakeholders, we are launching the World Premier League. The World Premier League builds off of what used to be the Champions League, where the best team from each league come together to play for their best team in the world, the best league team in the world. So the World Premier League would be an output out of the CPL that fits into the objective of creating global ownership and global brand. So here is it, an opportunity now to embrace the development of a world product, a global product that would help us to keep our talent, that would help us to finance in a greater way our talent, that will help us to give more opportunities to our talent. So we now have the World Premier League and the CPL acting hand in hand. Government commitment. Just like food security, we have to get government investment in redoing our pitches, in building out community facility, in enhancing community facility, investing in school cricket, investing in secondary school cricket. and redefining that whole cricketing landscape, building and supporting all these opportunities here so that we can build back the entire ecosystem and reposition our brand. We also have opportunity and from this cricketing symposium, we see that there is government commitment. Because the region is making a commitment that cricket is important to us, the region is making a commitment that we are ready to support initiatives that will secure this cricketing ecosystem. Inherent passion. Our fans are passionate. Our fans are different from any other fan in the world. Our fans bring a different level of energy. Our fans can allow us to showcase and bring global fans that want to experience what they demonstrate. But first, we have to get our fans capability of showcasing something that is different, that attracts the outsider, that they want to experience that. Many people want to experience going and sit in lodge and have your tea and clap. But the vast majority of young people want to experience the passion of West Indies cricket. And that inherent passion is a great opportunity that we have to build on. Technology and smart stadium. This is about the fans' experience. Today, you have different levels of fans. You have fans who want a personalized service. Not all the fans want to walk down the stadium and go and buy food. How are we personalizing the experience? How are you using technology and smart stadium, the lighting, the feel in the stand? All of this must change. This is where cricket is going. That adds to the experience. Cricket is not only about what is on the field now. It is about the experience. What is the experience you get when you go there? What young people want to get? Lighting, technology, personalized services. All of those things are part of technology and smart stadium. All of that has to be addressed in the cricketing symposium and the cricketing ecosystem. Now, how do we evade the spin? And what is the spin? What is it that we're seeing that we have to plan to avoid? The loss of fans. We are losing fans. West Indies cricket has lost a lot of fans. We have lost fans, we have lost sponsorship to the extent that we did not have a brand sponsor. Loss of ownership. A lot of people today, I'm tired with them boys, man. I'm tired with West Indies cricket now. Just turn off the television. Why go and watch regional cricket? For waste time? That is the expression of the people. So, loss of ownership. We don't associate with this brand. Lack of talent. Whilst we're producing some exceptional talent, we are not nurturing the talent. So if you look at Australia, India, South Africa, well, England to some extent, South Africa, they can produce 2 or 3 World Cup teams. Just like soccer, football, Brazil can produce 3, 4 World Cup teams. We're struggling to produce 1 competitive World Cup team. So lack of talent, because we have not invested in the development of talent. Lack of responsibility. And this is from the administrators, and this is from the players. No one is taking responsibility. When I say responsibility, comes from ownership. So you have players who have the luxury of saying, I'm not playing this tournament, I'm going to play IPL. Who takes the responsibility for the fans? If you have a West Indies team playing Australia, and 5 of your best players are playing franchise cricket, how does that affect your fans? Who takes the responsibility of the effect that will have on your fans, on your brand, on your ownership? And all of this, of course, can lead to reduced fan base. So this is a spin in the wicket that we have to plan for. This is a spin in the wicket that we have to address. Otherwise, all of us will be carved out with the iron ball. So this is what we have to address in the spin in the wicket. And of course, how do we navigate the bounce? Bouncers are dangerous. The lack of investment. the divisive product. We have a product that can be divisive in nature. Man saying, man, look, these three good Vincentian men make the team. The whole team is Guyanese, the whole team is Bajans, the whole team is Jamaican. We can only address that if we bring back credibility, openness, transparency, accountability, and a system of selection that is equitable. Not some people must pass a fitness test and some people are exempt. The rules must be strong and applicable across the board. The governance must be strong and applicable across the board. So we have to address the issue of divisive, the product being divisive, lack of investment, failed government mechanism. And it's not only the governance at the board level, it's governance mechanism at the country level. How is our ministries organized? Our investment in sport development organized to address some of the inherent problems that we're talking about? Weak institutional support and market dynamics. These are some of the immediate bunks. Understanding the market dynamics and building and addressing our product and ecosystem to meet the market dynamics if we want to survive. And if we want to survive and defend the wicket and play in the wicket to protect the wicket, because at the end of the day, it's to protect our product. What do we have to do to protect this product, to defend this wicket? We have to invest. We have to create ownership. We have to legislate. We have to have a common legislation across all countries in the region. Same level of reform, governance reform, accelerated brand building. We have to have academic, secondary school facilities, finance, integrity, and regional branding. Those are things that we have to do immediately to defend the wicket, defend the brand, protect the brand, and build what we have. Now, beyond all of this is something called beyond the boundary. Because cricket is not only played on the field. I said earlier, we are addressing the ecosystem surrounding cricket in the West Indies to rebuild their brand, protect their brand, sustain a brand, and expand their brand. So what are the matters beyond the boundary that we have to bring into the cricket, bring into the brand, bring into the product, and invest in also? The vibes. We have to have different vibes. The vibes, the culture, the entertainment, the food, the tourism, what we represent, the markets, investing in marketing, the branding, merchandising. We don't even have a single duty-free shop across the region that specializes in West Indies merchandising and branding. Can you imagine? And we have seen how merchandising and branding is critical. Just look at a CPL, a different level of branding and merchandising. Integrating other sports, yes. How do we use cricket and the platform of cricket to bring other sports discipline in it? Merge our sports. Our market is small, so we have to merge our interests, merge our opportunities, merge our sports. Societal integration. This is an important part of cricket. How does it contribute to positive living? Getting private sector and social investment into cricket to contribute to positive living, societal integration, community orientation, so that companies can budget to achieve these aspects of their social consciousness by investing in cricket. So this is basically addressing the totality of the cricketing ecosystem. The covers, as I said, is an important part. The wicket, protecting the wicket, the bouncer, the spin, good defense mechanism, beyond the boundary, the opportunities, the threats, all of this forms part of the cricketing ecosystem. So this is how we in Guyana are thinking. This is our presentation as we work towards building a West Indies brand that is strong, sustainable, reliable, resilient, competitive, profitable, and brings to us the joy of cricket as we know it. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, the chairman of CARICOM and the president of the Cooperative Republic of Guyana, His Excellency Mohammed Irfan Ali. Presentation well received. And here we are, just on time for the closing remarks. We've reached the point where I have the distinction of inviting to deliver the closing remarks for the last 2 days symposium, the CARICOM Prime Ministerial Chair of the Subcommittee on Cricket and Prime Minister of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. I please bid welcome the Honorable Keith Rowley.
Thank you very much, Wendell. And let me thank all of you, firstly for coming, and secondly for staying. But you've run the course, you've kept the faith, and a crown of dismissal is now ready for you. I won't keep you too long, but at this time, as we're coming to the close of what has been quite an exhilarating experience for me, and I hope for you, and a day or two where we can reflect on something that is more than a game. Because given the issues raised and the level of seriousness attached to it by very many participants in this symposium, one can only come to the conclusion that in the Caribbean, cricket is more than a game. And my colleague, President Ali, who just made that presentation, has gone into the deep dive of how far we can go with cricket if we stay with the promise of a game that we have been renowned to be great exponents of. But what I'll do for a few minutes, not too long, is just go through my notes that I took as the symposium progressed, touching on, just to identify for you as you leave here, what exactly did we deal with in this symposium? What came up? What are the issues we are required to put on the whole? Because, as I just said to a press conference outside, it is not my intention to wind up this symposium, go back to my office, and wait to see what happens. It is my intention to prepare a summary of the proceedings, of the issues that were raised here, identifiable issues, and much of it raised by identifiable stakeholders, and take that summary to the next CARICOM meeting, where this subcommittee, which I chair, will have space on the agenda to discuss at the level of the governments gathered in St. George's and where we are with cricket. And before we get to Grenada, that meeting will take place in the first week of July. Sounds like a long way off, but a couple of days from now we're into May, so we really have 2 months between us and the meeting. And between now and then, I've got the agreement of President Kishore Shallow that he will take steps to ensure that the territorial bodies are apprised of what we've done here and what is available, and have them get into the discussion and the apprehension and preparation for what we are going to be dealing with respect to ideas for change, ideas for support, ideas for new vision, and so on, readying those levels of authority. And by the time we get to Grenada, we should have some kind of feedback as to how our efforts here are to be received outside of this room. So let me just mention, in no particular order, the main issues that surfaced during the very many presentations here, and which would form some part of that report that will go to CARICOM. One of the issues, which is at the top of my notes, is the whole question of governance in West Indies cricket and the role of elections or no elections. There's a view that the existing arrangement of the management of cricket in the West Indies being done after elections of dubious, sometimes, outcomes, but not satisfying the public demand for transparency and even accountability. And that would have contributed considerably to the loss of the fan base that President Ali mentioned. Because if your fans believe that you are not genuinely the best management arrangement, they will ascribe the negative outcomes to that. And the fans will then lose interest and want to leave you alone. We may not have to invent any wheel here, because one of the things we can't get away from is the fact that we have, I think it's 14 governments, or is it 13? Governments, territories, sovereign nations that make up West Indies cricket team. We are the only cricket team that is made up of a group of nations. So that automatically creates these separateness within the structure. But where that kind of system exists in the world, in other areas, you don't have elections to its leadership, because the divisiveness that is inherent, that President Ali mentioned there, is built in the nation. The many nations add up only to, 7 million? Because we don't count Haiti, because Haiti is not a cricket playing part of CARICOM. But as we do that, we do it with a brand that is bigger than many geographical entities. And that is why much of the discussion the last 2 days acknowledged that we are a big brand in cricket. So we must try and extract from that big brand its fullest potential. And President Ali's details there did show how that can be done in some way. This whole idea, and I'm just going to mention, early in the proceeding yesterday, the whole question of reviewing the CPL contract was deliberately put on the table because it was so important. Not as an act of hostility, but as an act of reality. CPL is an integral part of West Indies cricket now. And now more than ever, it needs to be as transparent as possible. We had a presentation by the head of CPL today, and all of it was good. All of it was clear. There was no need to look at anything that is history. But the rest of us who have not studied it, who don't have our own interest to protect, we need to know that what was said there by CPL today is in fact the whole and the real story. Just to know. Because if we don't know, then we will assume it is not so. So we need to comfort the region that the involvement of the CPL owners are not inimical to our best interests. And once that is done, then the Guyana program of the World Premier League, if that is where we're going to go, we should do it fast, because it's a big idea. And the same way we led the world in Test cricket, if we get this done, from a business standpoint, this business potential of a World Premier League, let us not wait for another Lalit Modi to take it from us, and then we say, no, we could have do that. Sir Clive Lloyd mentioned being at the top of the world, captain of the West Indies team, the best players in the world, out there for 15 years. And then we discovered after that there was a tremendous potential for our leaders to have capitalized on that. But he told us today at lunch that Kerry Packer told him that we didn't know our real value. Let it not be said that in the 21st century, after all that we've been through, success and disappointment, that we still don't know our real value. And it didn't only happen to us in cricket, it happened to us in other areas where we didn't have the confidence to stand out front or to claim big ownership where we had the opportunity to do that. So we have to be prepared to treat with that issue of the World Premier League. And the question of who benefits and what accidental arrangement are we hoping to happen? If we do all the things that we want to do, create this whole mass of players who go off and play in the 16 leagues around the world, but we have no contractual arrangement with them, so that as they take advantage of the opportunities to earn, they do not cut their navel string with those who invested in them. How do you deal with that? We can only deal with that by understanding and having in place subsisting contractual arrangements that start early. And thinking aloud here is allowing me to say to you, we may have, as we invest the kinds of monies that the governments and the region will have to invest in our young players, we'll have to put contractual arrangements in place to support them in their development. But as they proceed upwards in the earning ladder, those contractual arrangements have to remain in place, so that when they become millionaires, they don't kick the ladder away from the grounding of the ladder, which is still in the community where young players are raised. So, yes, support from primary school, or from the cradle, we want to say, all the way up, support, because that's what all this is about, support. But we have to evolve a contracting arrangement that allows a connection between the developed player and those who invest in the development. Because without that, somewhere along the line, the link would be broken, the generation of lucky players will disappear, and if you don't come through West Indies cricket, where you passing to go to IPL or CPL or Big Bash, where you passing to go there? And that's an issue that we have to confront now. You only get noticed to go there because you are in West Indies cricket. And if you are in West Indies cricket being supported by the resources of the taxpayers and the communities in the West Indies, you can't tell me that you must not be connected once you make it to the top. That is when you need to be connected. And that is one of the biggest issues that CARICOM will put to Cricket West Indies and to the players at all levels. Because most players don't end up at the top of the pyramid. Very many would be in the middle, and most would be playing for the love of the game. But Brian Lara didn't play with 11 Brian Laras from age 7. Brian Lara didn't play with 11 Brian Laras at Queen's Park or representing Trinidad and Tobago. He played with a lot of players who just played for the love of the game, or who were good enough to bowl a few off breaks, or good enough to bowl a few 6 overs and then they go on. They didn't become international stars. But he needed them as part of his development. And most importantly, you could be as good as you want. Somebody said, I think it was West, who said, you put 22 players outside there, greatest in the world, and nobody taking them on. What's the benefit of that? The fans, the fan base. I didn't know Brian Lara in school, but a friend of mine came home at me one Saturday morning and said, come, let's go up the road. Fatima have a boy there, stroking some good ball. He had to see him play. I said, I gone. And I became a Brian Lara fanatic. That's how fans are developed. And without the fans, you could be as good as you want. Right? You're not going to get anywhere. So the fan base is important, but the successful players must have a nexus to those who made them successful. And that can only be done through proper contractual arrangements. You look at football in the UK, basketball in America, you don't go and just become an NBA star. They go into college, there are arrangements in place, legal arrangements in place. Nobody can come and hire you in college and put you into a team. All of these things have been taught out already by other people. We don't have to invent any wheel, but we have to understand them and see what we can glean from that and devise our own structure. That is what this meeting is about, you know. We've now put all the linen outside on all the lines. Dirty sheet, dirty pillowcases, all outside. The question now is, how are we going to wash them? Because we had a lot of grievances throughout the region. They were encapsulated in this conference. To move on now, we have to say, we know this, we know that, we know this, we know that. There's only one way to treat with dirty linen, is to wash them and dry them. And I think that's where we are now. The whole question of pre-professional players to play more of the game. The area where that can be done using existing organization is in the secondary schools. Across the region, we have a good secondary school structure. I would encourage my colleagues across the region to invest some money and some of this development potential in the secondary school. Again, we're not inventing any wheel here. West Hall, before he was so West Hall, came to Trinidad and Tobago and ran and got his name attached to something called the West Hall League. For me, that was one of the most exciting times. I was here when Rupert Tantrun and Derek Seeley played cricket in Trinidad and Tobago. I read about them. I wasn't fortunate, but I was here when the West Hall League was operating. Great weekend cricket, and it produced a lot of international standard players. We can use the secondary school system in a similar fashion and infuse into it some intra-territorial competition. Give them purpose to participate. Give them opportunity to occupy the wicket, to see the rest of the Caribbean before they are grown men. But it costs money. That is good money, if we spend money on that. And if we do that, every one of these legends who we have could take responsibility or be given responsibility to assist a program like that, if only for a specific period. And somebody talk about the Caribbean Development Bank. Well, the bank spends money on schools and hospitals and bridges and training. Those people who support us, like the Caribbean Development Bank, will do well to see good returns from supporting the governments in spending what would be small money on a program like that, saving the next generation and creating excitement with the potential where out of it may come 5, 6, 7, or 8 stars, and maybe a handful of legends to be. And that's what it is. You put 1,000 players out there. 100 of them might become household names. 10 of them might become of international standard, and 2 of them might become Brian Lara or Clyde Lloyd. That's why the investment goes. But the people who they impact are in the 10,000s. Haley Matthews wasn't known to us or to young girls in the region, but she's already a household name for girls across the region. And everything I've said here applies to every young girl as it applies to every young boy. And it will assist in another area of great deficiency in the region. There is a deficiency in parenting in our region. And that has shown up in a number of ill-prepared youngsters who end up sometimes in front of the court or just on street violence. Cricket programs can assist in parenting, especially if it carries with it a discernible amount of mentoring. And unhidden talents can be unearthed by programs of that nature. So these are the kinds of things that the CARICOM leaders will deal with. How much do we invest in programs of that nature? Because I don't think it would take much to convince my colleagues that this is an area of priority spending that we must now treat with some fierce urgency. We talked about our women getting into Test cricket as quickly as possible. That, I'm sure, would find fullest support at CARICOM. Under the heading of the business of cricket, if we accept that cricket management and operations today is a business, then we have to put a clarion call out to our corporate citizens of the region and outside the region to play a significant role. And for us, that is not new. We've had big sponsors before. We used to have the Shell Shield. In fact, Shell Shield was the heyday of cricket for quite some time. Shell Shield matches used to fill the Oval. And one of the best days of my cricketing life is when we beat Barbados in Chris Park Oval, and a man walked out with a placard, "Cockroach and Fred foul again." Oval full. But now you can't get 100 people inside there. But the enthusiasm is not dead. The product is attractive. So we go back to the sponsors. The government has a persuasive power with some of the sponsors. We must use it. Somebody said that cricket in the region is on life support. I think it was Enoch said that. That's a good way to put it. When you're on life support, you have 2 options. Get good care or get care. This conference is about trying to get good care. And if it fails, you have one option, is to call the undertaker. So, it was also said that we need to acknowledge that the foundation is there, but it requires some repairs, and once the foundation is sound, the superstructure will follow. That's another area where the governments can be encouraged to invest in the foundation, but we're not going to leave the superstructure to the wiles of the weather. As of this conference, as of this evening, it can be said that cricket in CARICOM is a priority. Governing is about establishing priorities. We have limited resources, limited financial resources, sometimes limited human resources. But when you establish the priorities, then you allocate accordingly. And having established cricket as a priority, I speak for my colleagues, it would follow that there would be improved allocation. I thank you for your attention. I thank you for paying attention to what was said here. I thank you for coming and look forward to me calling you again because there would be significant follow-ups. Thank you all very much. We have at 6 o'clock, we're expecting you all at the Diplomatic Center for our social gathering. So when you wind up from here, try and get yourself up to the Dip Center at 6 o'clock, and we have another hour or two of there, and we end up there later. See you all at the Dip Center later. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to the Prime Minister of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, Dr. the Honorable Keith Rowley, and Chair of the CARICOM Subcommittee, Prime Minister's Subcommittee for Cricket. Ladies and gentlemen, as we prepare to bring the proceedings to a close, we're near the end, just a couple more minutes. Permit me to extend a thanks and appreciation and ask for your acknowledgement of the team from Cricket West Indies that would have contributed to the success of the two-day meeting, of the team from CARICOM that would have contributed to the success of the two-day meeting, and of the team from the government of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago that would have contributed to the success of the two-day meeting. There are many moving parts in activities such as these, and it is an example of the opportunities of collaboration, teamwork, sportsmanship in more ways than one that have resulted in us having a successful two-day engagement. Thanks again to the team at the Hyatt Regency Trinidad for facilitating all. I'd like to bid a very fond thank you and adieu to all our viewers and participants on the respective media platforms. Thank you for being with us, and we wish you an onward successful weekend and continue to support West Indies cricket. And as we close in this room, now that we've sent our social media folks away, ladies and gentlemen, I just wanted to let you know that there's a gentleman by the name of Mr. Johnny Grave, who happens to be the CEO of Cricket West Indies, and it seems that around this time he is celebrating his birthday. So happy birthday to you, Johnny. And just for the record, let it not be said that the governments of the Caribbean didn't give you a good gift for 2024. You now have a memorable birthday gift from so many leaders of the Caribbean. Congratulations to you. And as we close, thank you one and all for your time, your talent, and your passion for West